Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, September the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And unfortunately, I didn't have my mic on. Okay, Torty, thank you. I'm going to have to do it again in the main room. Okay, everybody, welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, September the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Maybe a yes, couple of yes. Thank you, Green. Okay, everybody can hear me now, both in YouTube and the main room. Well, first of all, that's a rip snorting rally. Now we're a little bit of a sell-off now. I mean, a little bit of one. We had some economic news at 8:30. We checked what those were, some jobless claims or something. Yeah, so at 8:30 we had the jobless claims. 8:30 we had Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index. And at 8:30 we also had current account, whatever that means. We do have a couple of others that could affect the market intraday. 10 o'clock, we have existing home sales. 10 o'clock, we have leading indicators. 1 o'clock, we've got the results of the 17 billion 10-year TIPS auction. Then at 2 o'clock, we've got the Treasury buyback results. But certainly at 10 o'clock, existing home sales and leading indicators could affect the market. Right now, the market is, again, I mean, we're at well, of course, right here, intraday or pre-market, that's an all-time high for the SPY. Starting to fade a little bit, but still well above yesterday's close. Now, one of the stupider things I think I've seen, and I've seen a lot of stupid things. I have a feeling that when people saw this RZLV, I don't mean anybody stupid in this room. There's nobody stupid in this room. There's two rooms, but the RZLV. So I have to admit, when I read this at the very beginning, I said, "Wow, they're getting 30 billion." And then, all it is Microsoft and BlackRock's $30 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Nothing specifically to do with this company. Not that I could see anyway. All they're doing is saying, yay, there's going to be big investments into AI infrastructure. So my guess is that people might have saw the 30 billion. They saw Resolve and thought, oh my gosh, they're getting 30 billion because this stock popped up to $28 and it's come right back down. Now, I don't know if that's the exact reason, but it's ridiculous. No shorts available for me on that one. So, what else is happening? T-Bio not holding its gains. Well, let's see, 450, right back down to 365. Excuse me, I'm not sure why. I can't see a headline on this one. I cannot see a headline on why T-Bio is up. ZEO, ZEO. I don't think I've seen this one before. Another one I don't have a headline on that one either. Still up 144%, 2.4 million in the float. Look at how many shares are traded already. 6.7 million with 2.4 million in the float. Yeah, I'm hearing TNON. Make sure that's TNON, trying to make a bit of a comeback. TNON. There's an earnings play that can be a little bit active. Is Steelcase, SCC, sorry, SCS Steelcase, guys. That's a big gap down, 9%, but through the 200-day moving average. You can see my daily chart, that green line there. That is the 200-day moving average. So it's through the 200-day moving average as we speak, and that is for SCS. So is there a question there, Food King? I mean, there's a lot of action in the pre-market. Nothing, what you got to get up, depending on where you live. Yeah, I mean, you can get up early. I don't. I mean, I'm on the West Coast, so, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the question is. You got to go to the Go No Go channel, Bizavi. Go to the Go No Go channel, and then click on any alert. Okay, and that should bring it up. That should bring you back to the Go No Go charts. Within the Go No Go channel, just click on any one of the alerts that you see, any symbol that you see, and that should bring you your Go No Go charts back. Vero. Let's take a look at Vero. Vero. Oh yeah, you guys were talking about this. So yeah, this is a sub $1 stock. Yeah, so GLMD, they tried to put it. Well, they didn't try. They put out some news today. They plan to broaden its drug development activities, consisting of 2 additional programs over the next 2 years. All right. Well, again, the next thing to do is maybe uncheck if you have modify indicator parameters, uncheck it. Okay. Modify the indicator parameters, uncheck it. Maybe that'll work. Well, Food King, I'm in Canada also. It's all up to your broker. I mean, the market is not closed. I mean, it's a misnomer, really. I mean, we call the market being open at 9:30 to 4 o'clock Eastern time. Yes, but I mean, the pre-market is so active now that I mean, it is still called the pre-market. So that's up to your broker, really, Food King. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. Their data starts coming in at 4 a.m. Eastern time. So that'll be completely up to the broker you have. Most brokers do allow pre-market trading, but again, that's up to your broker. This EWTX has been on a roll here. What a week. Yeah, this EWT, I've seen this the last few days. It's been very, very active. And now trading higher after the company announced top line data. It's only phase one, though. It's only phase one and a single dose arm in phase two. So this is not phase three, but probably it's not. Actually, it's not even a low float, 78 million in the float. Well, I'm pretty sure Questrade allows pre-market trading. I guarantee it may not at maybe not at 4 in the morning Eastern time, but it's a matter. Like I can't help you. I mean, you're going to have to. Probably there's something within Questrade that says allow pre-market trading. A selection. Okay, I had Questrade a long time ago. Well, I don't know. Food King, I don't know. I don't have Questrade. You're going to have to contact Questrade. Okay, I'm sorry. You're going to have to. I mean, somewhere within. I mean, you're asking me to. I don't have Questrade anymore. Okay. I mean, it's I haven't had Questrade for 10 years. But there's somewhere within most brokerage platforms that there's an option that says allow pre-market trading or something to that effect. Okay. Dava. Boy, I haven't seen Dava in a long time. Dava, DAVA. This is actually an earnings play. Dava is an earnings play. So Z in our other room, Qtrade allows pre-market trading, but you have to change the duration to GTEM. Okay. Okay. I mean, you can contact Questrade, yourself, talking to Food King in our YouTube room. But Z in our other room says Qtrade offers you're allowed pre-market trading, but you have to change somewhere. There's a selection for duration, probably somewhere in your order entry screen. And then you change the duration to GTEM. Okay. GTEM. But I don't support Questrade. Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm limited as to how much help I can give you without having the program itself. Okay, Food King, you're not understanding. GTEM is a selection you'll make within Questrade. Okay, it's not a broker. It's a selection you make in your order entry somewhere under maybe it's called duration. Please phone Questrade, okay? Or maybe go on. I mean, I can't help you. I'm sorry, but it's a selection within Questrade that you will change the duration to GTEM. Okay. ACHL, another one, guys. ACHL, over $1 now. Yeah, I read this. Clients have the decision to find strategic alternatives. So, yeah, so 9:10 now. Yeah, hold off and going to the, oh, that's happening. Going to the sectors now. Look at the market. The market is sort of rebounding a little bit. Remember, we had a bunch of economic indicators at 8:30 or on the calendar. We had some stuff happening at 8:30. And what time is it right there? That is 8. There's the 8:30 candle right there. So we had a little bit of a drift down, but now coming right back up. I remember the last time I saw a pop in the SPY so dramatic on the way up. Oh, grumpy. I'm talking from here to here, okay? Picky, picky, picky. Okay, guys. Now let's see if there's anything else. Oh, Xcur. I don't think I meant. Or I talked about Xcur. XCUR. It's on my list. Yeah, Xcur is on my list. And look at this, up 149%, about a million in the float. And why they're trading higher? Let's see if there's an actual reason. After the company announced it received an extension from the Nasdaq hearings panel. All right, so there's your reason for the X curve moving higher. And the other one was SNOA. I want to see if SNOA is still had a pop and look at that drop. Against compliance, against compliance. Now you know what? This is wasn't the what was the one yesterday? Wasn't that their news also regaining compliance? Clearance for or clearance. I'm sorry, not compliance. I meant this FDA 510K clearance. Wasn't that the same thing that happened with the other one? The one that started with P yesterday? PRTG. Yeah, wasn't that the same type of press release? Thank you, Z. I can't see that news from yesterday. Yeah, I wonder why, Z. I mean, I've often wondered why there's no pre-market trading for Canadian stocks in the Toronto and on a stock exchange. I mean, get with it. Now, having said that, I haven't traded a Canadian stock in, no, I don't want to be exaggerated, but decades. Really, I haven't traded a Canadian stock in so long. I cannot remember the last one. Yeah, I mean, there's just way more action in the U.S. market. Look at this market. All right, so whatever those 8:30 numbers were, well, the market doesn't care now. All right, guys, let's take a look at the markets now. or the sectors, I should say. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and what interesting. Now look at utilities. This is very cool. Okay, so XLE, the major ETF for energy. Okay, so 95% green means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And obviously, with the market just ripping, every single sector is way up. Wait a minute, but why aren't utilities? Look at utilities, guys. 90% of the stocks that make up utilities are down from yesterday's close. And again, my answer for that, my answer for that, of course, is that even though utilities have been, let's take a look at the sector right here. Utilities typically are stocks that have dividends, and when people think the market is a little bit dicey, people flock into this. Now this has been really good. I mean, I'm surprised because the market's been moving higher and higher and higher. This has been moving higher, but today anyway, it was going to be a bit of a flight from dividend plays because people are going to say, well, why am I going to play a boring old dividend stock that hardly moves, other than I'm holding it because it does have dividends, when I can have way more excitement playing all these other guys. I mean, I guess that's kind of the theory. However, let's take a look at XLE and see whether or not XLE is finally, yes, look at that, finally kissed it kissed the 200-day moving average yesterday. Okay, that green line. So it just kissed it. It did not close above it. But you can see right now, as we speak, it is just slightly above that 200-day moving average. Okay, so that assuming this holds, that means that all the major all the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. And there's one of the ones that was in jeopardy a few days ago was the semis, but the semis now are moving away from that 200-day moving average also. The chips are happy, yes. I haven't looked at Nvidia for a while. Yeah, so there's the all-time high for Nvidia, I guess, up here at 140. So it's still, quite a bit below. SMR, guys, SMR is, I'm hearing it, my text to my speech. So SMR, big area, obviously, for the trying to take out would be over 10, looking at that daily chart. How's NNE doing? Hmm, interesting. NNE is sort of starting to fade somewhat. And Bitcoin, of course, is like everything else, it's just surging. Bitcoin, I'm hearing Mara, MARA. Well, that was that yesterday? IBO? IBO. Well, guys, if you were in the room yesterday, I was talking about this XCH for later on. Now, I exited around 2:35, I guess, and I actually took this one. Okay, and I didn't hold it. I wish I had held it, but yeah, I did okay. It's a strange day for me yesterday. I had a few choppy trades, and then I got lucky on that PRTG, and then this one late, XCH. You can see what it did late right there. I was waiting on a 17, I think an 18 break. I think I was waiting on the 18 break or 17 break, 17 and a half, something like that, as opposed to the other one that did not break out, which was the VEEA. Let's take a look at what that one is doing. When I say did not break out, I mean did not break out at the end. No, it did. I didn't see this. I did not see that at all. Anyway, just talking about some recent. This was not an IPO exactly. It was a SPAC that turned into VEEA. And the other one was a German IPO. Yeah, so let's take a look at IBO. Getting- I think this happened yesterday, unless my charts are not loading. I remember this now. I don't think charts weren't loading for IBO. Anybody with interact with our charts? Is IBO loading for you? IBO? I sort of remember this yesterday that yeah, not loading. Yeah, but it is an official. I have to point that out to the guys. So X call guy, it's loading for you. It's not. It's not loading for you. Okay. I thought you said loaded for. Yeah, there's something going on. I mean, we've got the data here in the single stock window, so we know somehow somehow we've got that data, but it's not loading in the charts. Stuart, so you were using our trade ideas charts, and it's loading for you. Because sometimes it's a server issue, depending on the server. And Peter Smith says it's not loading also in our YouTube room. So Stuart, 100%, one 100% that you're using our charts and it is loading. IBO is loading because you're the only one right now. I've got about 5 or 6 saying no, and Peter in our YouTube rooms, and IBO is not even loading in Yahoo. Corvette says so. It's loading in now. I don't have an interactive broker's chart out, but it is loading in my order entry. And you can see it. You can see it here. So I mean, we're obviously getting data that interesting. It is okay. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so you see what's happening though. But a bunch of people saying it's not loading in our IB charts, even though we can see it in the my pre-market actives up. It's there. We can see it in the single stock window. It's there. It's just for some reason not loading in our charts. I noticed that yesterday. Also, it was not just today. It's an IPO yesterday. I mean, it may not be. It's not a huge deal, but aha, Stuart. I did that yesterday too. Okay, guys, I've got to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Okay, guys, I've got my layout that I use once this market opens. So, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down. I may make an exception for the large cap gainers at the start of the race, especially if now. A lot of you are anticipating maybe a big fade, but we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. Of course. All right, so it does load in TradingView. It loads in Interactive Brokers. It loads in Thinkorswim. So for some reason, our charts are not loading IBO. Sorry, IBO. For some reason, Culper Research is short KSPI. Okay, from William in our room. Aha. Culper Research issues a report on the company titled. Well, it's a pretty eye-catching headline: "Moving money for criminals and kleptocrats." Okay. The Joint Stock Company. What the heck do they do? The mobile app operates a payments platform, marketplace platform, fintech platform. So, okay. Company was founded by, I'm not going to try to pronounce that person's name. So, headquartered in Kazakhstan. Yeah, we rarely see it. I think there was one other I can remember. But yeah, so this is out of Kazakhstan. So, interesting. All right, guys, less than a minute now to the market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And the market is putting in almost a new high. Yeah, maybe it is. There's a pre-market high right there. 571.05. No, not quite. So right at that pre-market high right now, 571.01. So the big question is, will this gap hold on the SPY? All right, guys, we are now open for business. Okay, lots and lots of activity, of course, in the momentum scan, just going crazy right now. I can see these down here. Here we go. This is really weird. Why it's not covering all this up down there? And we have our first halt of the day, and that actually HAO. Yeah, HAO. Yeah, being clobbered here. This is a earnings play tomorrow. Looks like an earnings play tomorrow. Just getting clobbered here. They're doing a financing, a $12 million financing. Well, I don't understand this at all. 4 million units at $3. I can do the math. It said 12 million. What the heck is it doing at 70 cents then? I mean, I know, stocks typically maybe underneath the financing price, but I must be missing something because that's a massive, massive beat down here for HAO. Okay, guys. Well, T-Bio, interesting. It held its gains. Okay. T-Bio held its gains. And now it's starting to move higher. The next high looking left on a weekly chart is 545. So it's got a little bit of room to that area. Well, this one ran right from the beginning, guys. EWTX ran right from the beginning, held its gap, and made a big move right off the bat. EWTX. Even Peloton's getting into the action here. PTON. Well, IBO, okay. But all I'm going to be able to do is see that it's up 23%, not loading on the chart. ZO, guys, ZEO and ZTO. Got a couple of Zs on the move here. ZTO and ZEO. Now, ZO had a huge move in the pre-market, got up to 680, big drop. I don't know. I don't know what the news on T-Bio is. I couldn't find any. I think somebody might have posted something, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't see any news. I don't see any news. So again, guys, I'm going to try to concentrate on the large cap stock moving, large cappers moving. from this large cap gainers from the start of the race. I'm going to try to concentrate again on that today. Yeah, they recently announced, yeah, that they were going to delist. Yeah. So why they're moving higher, who the heck knows? Well, PGNY is getting hit here, guys. What a week it's had. $25 high, 14 now, PGNY. This is getting hit. I mean, guys, this is so crazy. I mean, the only reason this went up to $27, RZLV. Share spike higher as the company issues a PR applauding the recent announcement by Microsoft and BlackRock to invest $30 billion into AI infrastructure. Nothing to do specifically with this company. I mean, yeah, they're AI, but man, now it could rip. It could still rip because that's what traders are looking at, but crazy. All right, guys. Zio. Now Zio, I think Shady is in this one. 373 is the next high looking left for Zio. Okay, so it does have some room, and that's that EO. It does have some room on the weekly chart. And there's Zio right there, guys. So on the momentum scan, and I show these because people ask, well, how could I have found this early? Okay, stocks like this. Okay, so here's Zio on the momentum scan. Zio is here, and also Zio is here. So that's how. And of course, we saw Zio in the pre-market. Speaking of the market, so the Dow's up 500, Nas is up 400, SPY is still up 8. And so now Zio's coming into that area, 390. That high right here at 375, it got right into it. Will it hold there, or will that be it? 372. So it got to 373, 378, and so right there is another area. A couple of highs on the weekly chart at 390. Okay, enough of the nonsense here, guys. So RZLV got halted on the way down. No, this was this one I tried yesterday in Mobileye. Yeah, I won't do it today. Look at the, well, there's room actually. MBLY, MBLY. So the next high looking left is 1425 on the weekly chart. However, yeah, it's got some room. Mobileye does have some room. MBLY, not in it. Now look at Zio, guys. That's why. I mean, gotta be awfully quick. What did it get up? You got up to 382 and then right back down to three. So you got to be really quick in some of these, especially with that float, 2.4 million in the float. Wow, I was a laggard on the Mobileye. Look at this thing go now. AT&T is getting hit here. T's getting hit a bit here, guys. For some reason. The next, wow, look at this. I mean, that's a big, with 7 billion in the float, that's a big move down on that bar right there. Uh, Next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 2186 to be exact. Sorry, not 2186, 2093. Okay. All right. Well, there's GLND. Let's see if it gets now. The high yesterday was way up here at around 1134. Well, obvious areas to try to get through would be 10. And I mean, they had some news today, guys. I mean, they're going to broaden their drug development activities to include consisting of two additional programs over the next 2 years. Okay. So that's caused this one to spike. So T is a dividend stock. Yeah, thank you, William. I was sort of thinking that, and the dividend stocks are getting hit a little bit today just because they're not glamorous enough. Yeah, so there's XLU continuing to move down. All right, well, GLMD now, well, it popped over 10. You got to be awfully careful. Another low float stock, okay, 7 million in the float. It did pop over 10 briefly. Okay, so I'm just watching what the market's doing. Okay, trying to put in a little bit of a sell right now, a bit of a sell right now. Okay, ZK guys, ZK 1632. Too bad. Next time, look to the left is too close. Now, there's audio, right? You guys can still hear me, right? In our main room. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Just Paul. All right. Well, there's a GLND now. Oh, GSIW just got halted on the way up. Okay. Wow. Now this could get interesting. GSIW got halted on the way up, and look at the room. Now it had a huge collapse this day. I can't remember exactly why, but it wasn't an earnings play, I don't believe. But look at the room now. So definitely one to keep an eye on. Yikes. Well, hopefully everybody escaped the Zio. It was a great quick trade. A great one more time. A great quick trade. All right, let's take a look at this EWTX, guys. I mean, did have some news today. It is pulling back now, maybe with the market, I don't know, but 2501, 2509 is the VWAP, okay? So will that hold it? Will that act as support? Okay? Will that act as support? Now, GLMD is making new highs. Big level is, if you're in this one, the next one is 1112. That is the high of yesterday. Takes that out and look out. Okay, so we're getting definitely getting some selling now on the SPY right now. Wow, look at Summit now. SMMT. Okay, well, there's a GLND now. Oh boy, it's very, very enticing. Well, no, I got a little piece. I didn't get what I wanted, but we'll see what happens here. Again, I like the way it was kind of trying to hold over that 1112. I think we're going to get halted. I think we're going to get halted, guys. I think we're going to get halted, and we just got halted. Yeah, GLMD just got halted. Well, let's hope. There's your, this column here is a suggestion as to where it could open. Okay, now you can see that it flips around. There's the halt at 11:55. Okay, well, just got to wait. Can't do anything until it opens. So hopefully it does open over at least 11:55. So let's take a look at EWTX. Gosh, I'm probably too late. Yeah, look at that. The VWAP, well, maybe the VWAP is at 2509. That could act as support. Okay, could act as support. In terms of the potential open 3 Echo, we're talking about 3 Echo in our YouTube room. Um, Right now, 12:25, 12:40. Right now. I don't like this, but let's see. I got to make sure that. Well, we'll see when it opens. I mean, I can't do anything about it until it opens. So, and typically they are 5 minute halts. So that'll be 9:53 plus 54 seconds. I see GSIW. Wow, look at that one. That exploded out of that halt. 341 at 419 now, and just got halted again. GSIW just got halted again. Were you trading in the pre-market on that one, Bjorn? Oh, I know that. Yeah, Captain. Absolutely. Yeah, right up there. Now, is that actually market? Yes. Market high, yes. 930. But starting to fade somewhat. We'll have to see. Have to see what happens today. I mean, we're still at 371, 342, 7. I don't understand what you mean on GLND. Were you buying that in the pre-market? Oh no, I guess 945. Okay, 765. When was this? When was 765 though? Anyway, I'm sorry for you. Whatever happened. 943. So sorry. 953. So it should open in about 4 seconds if it is a 5 minute halt. All right, just open. I just sold some out, guys. I just sold some out just in case. Okay, so it's above now. So okay, that's it. Wow, a little. Well, it could still come back, but a little disappointing that it didn't really just jet off from that vault. But I'm going to put an alert up here at 12:06 and see if it takes that out later. Kind of like that. No tips, Matt. I mean, a stock like this is so volatile. I mean, we're all in the same boat. Trying to hold on to a stock like this is it's really hard. You got to be very careful. Now I wish I held. See, even me. I mean, but it went all the way back down to 11. So especially when you have like a real fluffy press release like it did. That's the frustrating part. I mean, if it should have done this when it came out of the halt. Anyway, congrats anybody who held on to it, and it just got halted again. Just got halted. No, sorry, it looked like it was halted again. The reason I say that is when all of a sudden the bid ask stops, and you get about a penny spread and something like this. Usually that means it's going to get halted. All right, well, it is what it is, as they say. All right, guys, EWTX has definitely interested me again. I mean, it held the VWAP 2512. You can see how it held that VWAP area. Even ZEO, guys, ZEO has certainly come back here. Might be another play in it. ZEO might be another play in it. All right, guys, EWTX. Of course, it's got all sorts of room. The high today was 2763, so it's got a lot of room there. Trade it, it's up to you, of course, but I like it. Oh, and I see it's an AI alert too, one from our AI. All right, guys, look at this move now. We're gonna just gotta get that bid catching up to the ask. That's all. A little bit. All right, I'm talking about the EWTX. All right, guys, I've just taken some off of the EWTX in the high 60s. Okay, just to protect myself. My only issue with it right now is the spread. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm glad this. Well, I shouldn't say it. If anybody's in this, I hope nobody is in this stupid thing. RZLV, the most ridiculous press release. Well, one of the more ridiculous press releases I've ever seen. Applauding the fact that other companies are putting money into AI. Man, this is one I missed. GSIW. Well, you know what, John? I'm not going to blame them. Okay, I don't blame them. I mean, a company can put out a press release saying, "Yeah, we really like the idea that Microsoft and BlackRock are fully behind AI." Okay. Oh, I mean, I don't blame them. It's the stupidity of people, though, I guess, to pump that thing up to $27. I just think that people looked at that and thought maybe Microsoft and BlackRock were investing $30 billion into them. Well, shoot, another sort of quick trade, guys, on the EWTX. I'm going to keep watching it though. I want to see if it regains, if it's into something that hold a little bit longer. But you guys are saying that PRTG is on the move. Okay. Well, there's the open for PRTG. Okay, so it's basically where it opened yesterday. Yeah. So this ZEO has been all over the place now. A high of 379 or so, all the way back down to 255. Trying to hold three again. All right, let me start looking at some of these large cap gainers, see if there's anything interesting. Well, I guess Sprint's got or it's not Sprint, Sentinel's got a little bit of room. 2565, a little bit, not a lot of room to the next high in the daily chart. Like you see something with a little more. Oh, the ZK, yeah, ZK again coming into maybe some resistance, not that far away. Yeah, look at this market. My goodness, look at this market. What are another nice little rebound off those lows down here. Well, SMSI doing its thing again. So yeah, you got down below a dollar again. Got up to 113 yesterday. Closed at a dollar this morning. It got down below a dollar, around 92 cents, and now starting to rip again. Has room, it has room. 194 on that weekly chart. 195 on the weekly chart does have room. Too bad. The AWTX just was a little too whippy for me, but it's on the move again. AWTX on the move again. Zeo now, guys. Zeo kind of hold three this time in a big way. What's the VWAP? The VWAP is at 331. So, yeah, unfortunately, the VWAP is just above it. So that could act as resistance. Okay. 331 is the VWAP. So I guess if it can tear through the VWAP, 'Cause, I mean, this still has room. I mean, it got see where it got to? It got right into those highs on the weekly chart, around 390, 380. The high right there is 388. The high right there is 390. So you can see and the high right there. So that right in between the weekly high here and these highs here. And that's where it stopped. Yeah, look at ORIC. ORIC. Now, what in this one has room? 1209 is the high. So ORIC, I don't know if that has any room. Wainwright maintaining coverage with a $21 price target on them. I don't see any other news. Wow. Okay. Yesterday they had some news with AI in the press release. It's a bio, but not a lot of volume. Look at the volume, only 135,000 shares. Well, there it went, guys. Zio went, and it took out the VWAP. 331 was the VWAP. I'll show you here in this APLT. Nicely done. It's now. I had an alert set up here, and that was the high of yesterday. So it is now taking out the high of yesterday. We're trying to anyway. XCH. I haven't seen that one on my scanners today. Yeah, the volume's too low. That's why. But yeah, man. Now I wish I had held that one overnight. This has been a terrific IPO, really. I mean, did nothing for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days after its IPO. And then 2 days ago started. Yesterday, big one. Today, continuation. All right, guys, IMUX. So it's at the high of yesterday, I believe. 209 is the high of yesterday. Let's back this out on a monthly chart to see where it could go. On a monthly chart, the next high is 240. So there is some room on a monthly chart for this IMUX to keep moving if it wants to. And it's probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float. 99 million in the float. So it's not a low float. Oh, Zio is just all over the place. It's tough hold. Back down through the VWAP. Okay, what I'm looking for really in this large cap gainers from the start of the race, I'm looking for something that is maybe just broken out over the whole number, kind of like a Novavax. Like take a look at Novavax, NVAX. Okay, so the high yesterday, well, it's too close. 338. If it were up here, it'd be awesome. But there's the high of yesterday. For me, it's just too close. All right, how is Steelcase doing? Not doing too much. I mean, it's an earnings play. It broke down through the 200-day moving average. The low it got down to today was 1229 or so. So it is, excuse me, moved a little higher off that. Well, GLND over 13 now. Yeah, I mean that's the magnet, guys. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean that's what traders are looking at, of course. There's where it closed 2 days ago. It closed here at 15. Well, EWTX is right back up. Kicks me off. Well, let's see now. The high is 27.59. All right, guys. AHR, American Health REIT. Now, remember when we were looking at the sectors, the healthcare sector was just doing probably one of the best sectors. So anyway, here's AHR, all-time high now, all-time high. Okay, AHR is an all-time high. And you can see in RAI, we had a buy alert back here a couple of weeks ago at around 22.15. All right, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage now and stick around because I'll be going over the scans that I'm currently sharing with everybody. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So first of all, if you want to take out a subscription right here, you can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of trade ideas using my promo code Barry15. And please use the code if you're going to take out a subscription. This will really help to keep the room free, okay? The room gets credit for the subscription. It's basically that simple. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, scrolling down a little bit, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, the two key elements of trade ideas, okay? This is a software program, so obviously there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here in these very short videos is get you started. Okay. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is for you. A whole series of videos, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the did Fubo. Is it Fubo? Fubo was this week, right? Boy, it looks like it never triggered, even with the market doing what it's doing. So Fubo, I think, was the trade of, well, I know it was the trade of the week, and the trigger was 178, but it never got there. It got to 177. So it's a non-trade of the week, really. It's not a bad one. It just didn't trigger. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week, and it is free, if you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Click here on the education section, and we have a great user guide. Here's the getting started again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, stock racing. You notice I'm displaying one stock race here. Here's how you can create your own stock race. Price alerts. I use price alerts on the charts all the time. And if you do want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Now, there's a lot more in this user guide. You don't have to learn everything, okay? Just like any other user guide, you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. And last, the daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Here's the middle section. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Now, these are the ones that I'm displaying. You can see the biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders right there. And the upside movers versus the downside movers right here. Okay. Now I do have a couple of one other scan on my other monitor that I've got right here. Momentum. I'm not trying to hide it from you. I just don't want to overwhelm the page that I'm sharing with more scans. And the other one that I've got is another race, the large cap gainers from the start of the race, which is right here. Okay. And there's Momo right there. So again, I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Now, if you look at them, don't have them all in your layout, okay? If you put them, I mean, you'll have way too much going on. So I don't have them all up and running. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So first of all, if you're new, welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and I'm going to call it quarter to 3. But William in the main room sometimes will keep the room open later, maybe to 3:30. He's been doing it 3:30 the last couple of days, 3 days. Sometimes till 4. That'll be up to him. So when I do take off, William sometimes will keep the room open a little bit later. As far as pure scans go, Jason, this is the only alert window I've got. That's it. All right, so FedEx has earnings after hours, so William says he'll keep the room open till 3:55 or so. Okay, but I've got other things going on, of course. This is a race. Ugh, ticked off at that EWTX that it had to had that little downturn before it really popped higher. So now it's at the high of the day, guys. At the high of the day, let's see where it could go on a monthly chart. See where the next high is. Can't even see it. Keep backing it out. So it looks like back here in June of 2021. So over 3 years ago, it's approaching that high. Okay, now remember, Food King. I'm glad you found the pre-market how to do pre-market trading in Questrade, but just make sure pre-market trading is a lot of stocks have a lot of volume. Make sure if you're going to take anything, it's going to have to have a lot of volume. Meanwhile, ZEO right back up. This has been a tough one. This has been a really erratic looking one, but there it is, back up, and now right back down. Wow, this is trading like it's got 10,000 shares in the float. All right, ARQT. Take a look at this one. Broken record. I mean, I just want to see something that doesn't have like a daily high that's pretty close to the current price, and you can just see 1117. So look left. You've got 1116. You've got 1119, and you've got 1133. Maybe if it can take out 1133, that might get it running again. So I'll put an alert there, but I just can't take the trade. Okay, guys, let's go over a little bit about what Trade is all about, and what we're really excellent at is real-time alerting. So this is an example of a momentum, or I call it MOMO. It's a momentum scan. It's an alert window. All of these, everything you see here is a real-time alert. If I right-click on it, click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So a lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with a screening program, but we take it a step further. We are real-time alerting as well as screening. So this is the screen. Well, look at Oric right there. This is the screening aspect of this scan. As long as the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, you need to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. And the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's what gives it the momentum. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So that's why we saw the CYBN at 1023 plus 8 seconds. That's the last time any stock met any of these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, so I'm sharing this scan. If you like it the way it is, great. If you don't, for instance, maybe you want a different price range. So there's URNG, URGN, making new highs for the day. This is a momentum scan. So again, if you like the scan the way it is, great. But you can make changes, of course. Again, maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe you have a filter that you would like to add. It's up to you. Okay, but this is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. You want to build your own scans, you can, of course. This time I clicked on search. So right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got. Now, again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got, okay? Don't think, man, this is way too complicated. How can I possibly learn them all? Well, you don't have to. The good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that I think it makes perfect logical sense. Lots of different trading styles out there. We have thousands of customers. So the company had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. Okay. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters, like a certain price range, minimum volume, things like that. Doesn't mean all these other ones that I don't use are bad. It just means for my trading style, I don't need them. It's that simple. Well, let's take a look at the race here, okay? So the race is, well, in fact, this race is just going to be over in about 16 seconds. So GLMD looks like it's going to win this race. So let me allow this to win this race. And you can see that GLMD has won 4 races right up to now, but now it's just won the 5th race. Excuse me, it just won its 5th race. Excuse me, just give me one moment. So what happens with the races? You can see that there is a top 10 list that is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So right at the very top here, JLMD has won 5, GSIW has won 3, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list of stocks that have won the most races. So that gives you some focus. That gives you stocks that you can just watch all day long if that's what you want to do. Now, having said that, this is a very volatile race. Okay, you can see I mean, GLND, case in point, ZEO, case in point. Stocks that look to move really high up and then just crash and then move right back up and move down. So they're very volatile. Now, why? So I'm running 4-minute races. Now, again, as I said, if you click on my homepage and you go to the education section and then go to the guide, there's a whole section on stock racing, how you can create your own race with your own parameters. Now, you can see ZEO is winning this race right now, leading this race. It didn't win the race, it's leading this race. This race started about a minute and a half ago, over about a minute and a half ago. So ZEO is leading this race. It's up 5.8% since this race started. Okay, that's why it's called the biggest gainers percentage wise from the start of the race. So ZEO is still leading. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to continue to lead. So here's that XCH. Okay, it's up 2%. SMSI 2%, etc. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on the symbol. I'd be clicking on a symbol right now and seeing what's happening. Something down here. If it's in this list right now, I have 10 stocks in this list. If it's in this list, I would click on it just to see what's happening. Okay. The other way you can use a race is let's take a look at SMSI, the CABA. See if this is all right. I mean, you can also click on anything here and anything here as you're seeing them. And if you're more of a pullback player, you can see whether or not a stock is pulling back. This one race early, hasn't won a race since, but maybe it's pulling back into an interesting level. So you can see, I can see right now, CABA, CABO, the VWAP is at 490. A lot of people will look at that VWAP and think, well, maybe that will act as support. So maybe the VWAP will hold this, act as support, and maybe CABA will move higher if that VWAP area holds. Okay, if you're a bit of a VWAP player. Okay, so that's what I would do. I would click on these. I would click on anything you're seeing in here, and just seeing where are they on a chart. Now, a question really, and look at this. I mean, the ZEO is up 10% now, 10.8% since the start of the race. Almost 3.5 minutes ago. Now, a question, if you're looking at this for the first time, the question really should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Now look at GSIW, up 11%. So planted ZEO as the leader. Look at that. I mean, this is a big move. XCH, 5%. That's a dollar move. That's, usually we don't get too expensive stocks in here, okay, because you're just not going to move that much, or we're not seeing them in this list. And there you go. So GSIW did win the last race. NEO did not win. Or ZEO did not win it. Now, again, your question right now really should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? So the first thing is this. All races originate from what we call a top list window, okay? Give me one moment. So if I right click on this race and notice there's an option that says open top list, I'm going to do that. And this top list window is going to show up on my other monitor. Here it is. Okay. So why are these stocks here? Well, if I right click and click on configure, the stock will show up in this list of stocks as long as it's between $1 and $50. The a minimum of 200,000 shares are traded, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So that's why a stock will be here. And as you can see, there is a huge list of stocks. I wonder if I can't even see them all by stretching it out. So it's a huge list of stocks. Now, before we had races, how a person would use a top list window is if you, for instance, classic question, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, so as long as you have a column header that is C%, which is changed from the close, then I can sort on it. So if I double left click on that, you can see that ZEO is up 217% from yesterday's close, GSIW 78%, GLND, etc. Okay, these are showing me the stocks with my parameters. My parameters meaning my price range, my minimum volume, and all that. These are showing me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. I want to see the stocks that are traded the most from their opening trade of the day, the change from the open. We do the same thing. As long as I have a column header, I can click on it and then sort on it. Okay, double left click. So here's the GSIW, up 80%, ZEO is up 31%. This is from the opening trade, their opening trades of the day. So again, nice information to have, I guess. But what the race does, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close, up the most from the open. It doesn't really care. All it cares about is finding a stock that could be moving in this list the most. So for instance, here's RIDE, RYDE. I don't even know where RIDE is. There it is up here. But down here, what if Lunar can be a very active stock. What if all of a sudden Lunar, which is up now, only up 2.8% from the close, and you can see it now, it's down here. What if all of a sudden, though, Lunar really started to move? It was up 3% from the close, 5%, 10%, 15%, moving up this list. Well, how could you ever see that? Couldn't. I mean, nobody in the right mind is going to try to stare at a list of stocks and see which one is moving. So that's what the race does. The race doesn't care about, whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from the open. All it cares about is what stock is moving from this whole list of stocks the most. Okay? Moving percentage wise. So it looks like ZEO, well, may not though. So there's ZEO again, trying to win a race, another race. So that's this race right here. And again, it can be a very volatile, you're going to get some very volatile action here. This race, which I call the large cap gainers from the start of the race. The difference is, and you'll notice that you generally will not get big percentage moves in this race right here. But also, there's a top 10 list that is created. And it doesn't just because you're not getting big percentage moves doesn't mean these are not great stocks to follow. I mean, look at the EWTX, which has won 6 races. And there's Mobileye, has won 4 races. So the difference between these 2 races, 2 filters that I added. I right click on this race. I can open the top list. Now this list, it'll be pretty big. A couple of days ago, there were only a few stocks in here, okay, because of the way the market, but because the market's up so much, there were a lot of stocks in this list also. But what I did was I added 2 filters. Market cap has to be at least 500 million, which is not a huge market cap, but this one doesn't have a market cap minimum. And also the float has to be at least 50 million. Again, not a high float, but this one does not have a float minimum. Okay, so that's why you're getting some big moves here, percentage wise, and not as much in this one. But if I were starting out trading, while this one is a lot of fun, stocks can move, you get the huge percentage moves and all, but with big percentage moves up, you can get even greater percentage moves down. So this is a very volatile race. This one, I hate to use the term easier, but it's not as volatile. Okay, so if I were new, I would probably maybe concentrate on a race like this. And here's your top 10. that you can concentrate on. Not top 10 yet, but believe me, there will be eventually, just like this one. The problem is, of course, if GLMD and GSIW keep winning race after race, the top 10 may not fill for a little while. All right, guys. So GSIW, what is it doing now? 428 is the VWAP. Well, let's see if I can get above the VWAP and move again. Now, these are the sort of stocks that later on in the day, especially if they kind of rest a bit, these are the sort of ones that I really look at later on in the day. Later on means sometime in the afternoon. Okay, and see if they have that move that takes out the high and just start to rip. Let me get to a weekly chart here. Yeah, because look at this room it's got. I don't know. I can't remember what happened here. This was last week. I can't remember what happened, but obviously it got hit hard. Stock that was at $12, going all the way down to two. Oh my! So EWTX just kept going and going and going. So this is now. This is from our AI right there. 2618 was the alert. Give me a moment, guys. All right, let's see if GSIW has any room to move right now. Give me a moment, guys. This is happening a little earlier than I wanted it to. Just give me a moment. I really want to concentrate on this, guys. I want to see if this really breaks out now. Talking about the GSIW. Give me a moment. See, this is for the GSIW. This is what I'm. Wow, look at that XCH. What a great IPO! Great IPO out of Germany. I mean, that's amazing. Look at, I mean, I was mentioning this one earlier. I mean, I did take this one yesterday late and not hold it overnight. Retrospect. Of course, it would have been awesome, but this is very interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of doing nothing from the IPO, and then 2 days ago started to move, and now look at this. I don't even know what they do. Oh, this is right. This is boy, it's an EV play, electric vehicle chargers, headquartered in Hamburg. Boy, this is what I was kind of hoping would be happening later on in the day, in the afternoon. This sort of action right here for GSIW, kind of, it's a fairly big range, but just kind of hanging around, hanging around, hanging around, and all of a sudden you get some volume popping it right through and challenging that high of the day and breaking through. Because look at the room it's got. It's all traders are looking at. They're just looking at this, and they like me. I poor memory right now. I don't know why. I don't know what happened with this one. I really don't. See if there's any news on that. Yeah, I don't see. I don't see. I don't see the news on it. It's a basically China stock. Oh, it's starting to move. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just sort of agonizing. I just want to bring myself to trade this one yet. This GSIW. I mean, it may just completely run away from me, but boy, this XCH. So the float, it's not high, and at 25 million, it's not low, low, low. But CYBN, when I was demonstrating the momentum scan, CYBN was moving, and CYBN's got a 886. So there is room. There is room. There is room on for CYBM. Sorry, CYBN. Okay, there is room. When I say room, I mean 882 is the next high. Reverse split today. Thank you. I know you put all those out there a draw early in the pre-market. I should probably write them down or something. But one moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, thank you for not buying GSIW. However, later on in the day, guys, later on in the day, this could have that move that I'm looking for, a little more sustained move. So I've got my alerts. In fact, I better reset my alerts. Say at 4:40. Yeah, look at the JLMD now cascading downwards. All right, guys. So this is a reverse split. And you know what the ratio was? I don't know why our headlines do not show that ratio. Not that it really matters, I guess. Ah, there we go. CYBN, 1 for 38. A weird number. 1 for 38. Yeah, there's a GSIW again. Ah, look at it now. Well, I mean, look, if it continues and it blasts through five, we may get that move a lot earlier. Yeah, five now, five now, five now. Wow. 520 is the high. I mean, look at the room it's got. Well, it's just taking out the high now, I think. Yeah, 531 is the high of the day for GSIW. Thank you, Michael. Ah, GSIW. My goodness. Well, hopefully, some of you guys are not as conservative as I am. I almost got it. I have to admit, I almost got it just at the five level, but I didn't get the fill. Hmm. So, guys, hmm, on a lot more of a somber note, something kind of very sad to talk about. Just give me one moment. Okay? So yesterday, there was an email that came into Trade Ideas, and it was attention me, And some of you may remember Cam. Cam was in our room for quite a while, and his brother, who was not in the room, wanted me to know that Cam passed away last month. And he wanted me to know that, he had really, really enjoyed the room. He got a lot of value from it, and but he just really enjoyed the experience of being in the trading room. And he didn't have to write me this, I mean, his brother was not in the room, but I guess he just felt that because Cam always would talk about the room. So yeah, I did obviously, well, not obviously, but I did write him back and told him, well, obviously our it's always hard, as a moderator of a room, people sometimes disappear and you don't know the reason. And we sort of have a community here. Some of you have been in this, I started this room back in 2000 and wow, it's almost 9 years now. And some of you have been around almost 9 years. And yeah, it's a community. And I know sometimes we snipe at each other, but for the most part, we've got a great community of people in here all trying to help each other. Yeah. So anyway, guys, I just thought I'd pass that on because I know some of you had asked a while back about where's Cam, and I had no idea, of course. So anyway, so I thought I'd just pass that on and just to remember, try to treat each other with with civility at least, and try to help each other because you just never know. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit here, guys. Okay. Let's see what else. What's happening now? All right, guys. Maybe keep an eye on QXO. QXO now over that whole number. SCS is actually having a nice bounce. I mean, and now it's over that 200-day moving average, guys. It's over the 200-day moving average. So this might be a nice little bounce play. It's come all the way back. As William said, it didn't look that bad. Okay, a Q2 revenue miss. After a Q2 revenue miss, well, let's take a look at they declared a 10-cent dividend, but it is trying to come back here. I mean, this is basing nicely on a 3-minute chart. And so it is, yeah, thank you for that, Edward, in our YouTube room. Well, if this holds over 13 the way it is, and then gets some volume and starts to move, I mean, this could easily. I mean, there's the high yesterday, of course, 1431, and there were earnings play, released earnings after hours. You can see the after hours reaction right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert, a price alert, at around 1314. Okay, which would mean that it is perhaps, but even if I get the alert, I have to see some volume coming in too. So, you can kind of see if it took out 1313, that would mean it's above all this that I'm pointing at my 3 minute chart. Mike, I was just saying how we had an email from somebody who was in the room for quite a while, and he passed away. His brother let us know. His brother was not in the room, but he felt he wanted to let us know that he received a lot of, well, he always got good comments from his brother, the one who passed away, about the room and the experience, etc. So he felt he wanted to let us know. Licy, 287 is the next high looking left. Okay, well, there's SCS, guys. You know what? Maybe. Well, it didn't really bust out, and the volume is not big, but the longer this holds this area, and forming a nice solid base here to move off of. All right, now, guys, with the GSIW, now I still have some hope for later on. I mean, it's broken out of this area, but maybe if it just sort of bases, around the 5 area for a while, maybe a couple of hours, it may not, it may just drop. But then we still may get that late day surge. Wayfair, guys. Now, Wayfair is just over the whole number. Does it have room to run if it wants to? Look at that. Right into that 200-day moving average. Wayfair, look at Wayfair W. It's right into that 200-day moving average. That's where it stopped. Got as high as 55. I'm sorry, 55.14, and the 200-day moving average is 55.25. So it got right into the 200-day moving average. No, it's not a warrant. Well, I don't think it is. No, it isn't. I could trade it. No, it's a stock. I know it has W at the end, but it's not a warrant. All right, guys, 11:02. So in about an hour, I'll be taking a break. Man, I think I've missed the AHR. I think AHR is one that I wanted to potentially take from the large cap gainers, but I've missed this. The 2550 was a nice break. Look at EWTX, guys. That has just been a monster. A little bit, it's been a bit of a choppy monster, but a monster nonetheless. What did I say was the high looking left on the monthly chart? It was back in 20, June of 2021, I believe. I wonder if we're there now. Yeah, June of 2021. So 2907 is the next high looking left for EWTX. So took that out. Then you got a high of 34.99. So I mean, this is what a run it's been on. And I mean, this is as far as I could see, this is only early data for heart disease drug. It's heart disease drug. Phase one and something to do with phase two. Truist raised the price target to 33. Okay, almost there. All right, guys, you know what? Let's do it. Looks like there's the steel case, guys. So look at the volume that did come in. It did pop out of here. Okay, I know it's an AI alert, just short, but I don't care about that. It's all about the volume that came in. Okay, it broke out on some volume. So let's see if we can keep moving. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room in about a little less than an hour, taking over for me in our YouTube room. I'm going to take my break between 12 and 1. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, now I'm glad I don't have this. Look at XCH, guys. This I didn't know it got halted. I didn't know it got halted before, actually. But look at it now. Wow, what a lot of profit taking now. That is one big yikes. I mean, that got, 1, 2, 3, 9 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago or so, this was $25. Now it's down to 17.28 and halted on the way down. And look at this. Look, I don't hard for me to believe it'll open at 14, but here's your halt price, 17.28, and here is this column here. And this again, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It tells you the halt price, and then this column is giving you maybe a glimpse as to where it could open. Okay, as you notice, this number does not have to remain. Wow. You said that yesterday, William. Don't ask. Why did it drop so much? Today's Jebediah. But Jebediah. I mean, it's not Jebediah, obviously, guys. This is I just call it Jebediah, but JBDI got up to 40. I don't know if XCH actually put out some news. I don't even know. I don't think these guys put out any news. But anyway, there it is. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one other than it's an IPO. Very biblical, yes. There's another one just over the whole number, guys. VKTX. Does it have room? Okay, VKTX. It has not, well, yeah, it's got some room, I guess. $69, a couple of dollars to the next high. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Ah, Melon. So 1 for 100 today? Yeah, probably, right? Or MULN. I think I went through this exercise yesterday. So the short float, okay, the question in and it's not just us, okay? Let's talk about the short float percent. Yeah, that ratio you're talking about right there, the 7.79. Gets updated. Well, the float, as I understand it, well, the short float percent gets updated every twice a month. Call it the 15th and 30th. Okay, and that's not us. It's not a limitation that we have. It just seems to be what the mark for everybody. I know there are some firms that try to specialize in getting that data a lot more quickly, along with the float data also. But that's sort of industry wide. Exactly. The results were phase one. I know, William, for the EWTX. There you go. So I love this. It might even be more. Let's see. Oh my goodness. So guys, reverse split adjusted. This is how many times. And I know the SEC. I read an article a little while ago saying the SEC is going to crack down. It's not going to happen anytime soon, if ever. But on all these companies that just basically do reverse splits in order to maintain a Nasdaq listing. So this is probably one of the more crazy ones you're going to see. Look at this as I keep going back. Okay, reverse split adjusted. Okay, reverse split adjusted. This stock would have to get up to $30 million. It's 30.7 million dollars. That is reverse split adjusted. That may be the winner. That might be the winner in terms of when we look at back on seeing a stock, what it would be if it reverse split adjusted. So that's $30 million or 35.7 million dollars. That could be the winner. Unbelievable. Imagine, imagine though. So how you would get that number is you'd have to look at all the reverse splits that have happened in the past. 100 to 1, 300 to 1, 500 to 1, and keep multiplying those numbers, the 100 times 300 times 500, whatever those ratios are, and then times that current price. And that will get you that'll get you that number. William, what was the name of that company that short seller came in today and knocked it down? What was the name of that one again? If you remember. KSPI. Thank you. KSPI. Okay. Well, the reason I ask is that my wife, that is who called me, and she phoned me from the car and said, "Hey, they're talking about this company that does criminal activity or something like that." And I thought, man, I think it's that KSP. Well, I couldn't remember the name of it, so it must be this KSPI. Anyway, all right, guys. So the SCS is taking its own sweet time, but I'm still in it. I'm still in it to see if it's going to have a little bit more of a move. Of course, I'm in at 1323, so I'm still a little bit above. If it gets back down there, I'll just get out of it. But there are a lot of shares available on this EWTX short, aren't there? Certainly at Interactive Brokers, 694,000. Not that I want to short it right now, but as you said, it's just early data. Phase one. I think I saw a phase two in here too, in some aspect. See if I can find that original. Yeah. So from phase one trial and the single dose arm of the phase two. So there is a phase one and phase two. All right. Well, we had a pop now. Okay. So it came out of we got, looked like it was halted down here, right? So XCH actually did pop and now it's halted again. Now it's halted again because it went up so quickly. So it is halted again. All right, guys. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I just had a confirmation. It will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room and taking over for me between 12 and 1. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Last week's was really good. eBay. Let's see what eBay is doing now. Yeah, so eBay, what did it get up to $65? So I know the trigger was, I want to say 59.60. Okay, so that was a nice one. Fubo, it did not trigger. It came within a penny, I guess, of triggering, but well, you can ask about the trades of the week and all. Not easy, to try to come up with one stock, not knowing what the market's going to do. He's coming up with these things Sunday night after doing some scanning, and you don't know what the market's going to do the following week. So, well, here's GSIW again, guys. So over five again. Boy, this looks like this. I phrase it like this. This has the look to me like it's going to do that crazy thing. And think, I don't think there is any news. I can't find any news on this one today. I couldn't find the news a few days ago, though, also. So there, okay. So I could not find the news on this one, not steel case, but this one, GSIW. I could not find the news on it last week. Why it dropped so much? Got to be a reason. Hint. Well, maybe it was an offering. Yeah, maybe it was an offering. Could it have been an offering? I was Tesla looking on the Go No Go from Future Science in our YouTube room. Well, because it all depends on the time frame. Okay, Future. So what are you looking at? What time frame are you looking at? Because obviously, I mean, it's blue, 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 but you know, it's a steady move up. That's on a 15-minute chart. Here's on a 3-minute chart. So 1 minute. Okay, I'll go to 1 minute. Still, I mean, the little warning sign. I mean, it's been blue, blue. That's amazing. I mean, they had a buy flag right there for Tesla on a 1 minute, and it moved straight up. Heavy blue, dark blue, or light blue anyway means still strong trend. This is trying to tell you, maybe the trend is weakening a little bit. Okay, that's what it's trying to tell you. Doesn't mean it's going to, but so when it turns to cyan, doesn't mean if you're in this one, just dump it. But you should be maybe taking a look at it and going, okay, I want to really pay attention to it. Because maybe the trend is, well, it's trying to tell you that the trend is weakening. Okay, but that could just easily in the next minute turn to blue again. Okay, I guess just give me a moment. Okay. Well, don't short it yet, William. EWTX just continues to keep making new highs. Guys, I have taken a little bit off the SES, okay, and a nice little pop up to 1340. I still have to recognize the fact that it is an earnings play, and that is still down for the day, okay, based on earnings. I mean, it's trying to come back, of course, that's why I took it, but I mean, you're still out, it's still hanging over it, and it's an earnings play that originally market did not react well. So, well, I was in this one $3 ago. Man, because it did that little jog down on me. So how do we see EWTX? EWTX, well, right here, momentum scan, right here, large cap movers, okay? And it's also, I have a limited, well, I only want to see the top six in here, and you can see it's right here also. So one of those ones you just can't, you really can't miss. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, XCH is resumed, and it resumed on the way down. Well, maybe not. It was halted at 1773. It resumed at 1773, and it's just a little bit below that now. I'm going to put an alert at 18, see if it takes it out. Well, just as I did it. But that's right. I now remember this one from yesterday and how terrible the spread was. Now, believe it or not, they just tightened up a bit, but 1731.18, and that just tightened up, if you can believe it. So I remember this one now. This was a real challenge for me yesterday late to get into this one based on the because of the spread. But look at it now. I mean, good grief. That's where the spread doesn't matter. What was the spread? It was 17 to 18. Didn't matter when it hits 20. Anyway, wild and woolly action, guys, for this one, XCH. Tiger, you were mentioning Tiger for okay, I might okay, Tiger, TIGR. One of the China fintechs. You know what's moving down, guys, is BYRN. BYRN is moving down. Look at this big move down now for BYRN. A big star over the last few days and a big move yesterday. But now it's starting to now. You can kind of see that if it gives up 1530, looks like there's a couple of daily lows there, and then 1458. So I'm going to have to stick an alert around 15, say 27, 1527 for BYRN. See if it takes that out, because that's a pretty big bar down now. Look at this one, TGX. Sorry, TXG. 2492 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. It's having a I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. I don't really think it traded that much in the pre-market. Oh, GSIW looks like it wants to. It's making that. I mean, the trend is up on the 3 minute. Certainly, the trend is up on the 15. It's been choppy, but the trend is still up and it's moving. And the high of the day now, we're up there, 590. Well, there's BYRN guys now. Wow, it is really starting to give it up. It just took out that low, the lows right there, or it's right at the lows. Where's the VWAP? No, it's well below the VWAP. Watching to see if this takes out the high of the day, guys. GSIW, just watching to see if it takes out the high of the day. Captain, I was reading your commentary about the VIX and the Qs and all that in the pre-market. So using 4.46 as a guide for risk as well. So you don't have, I mean, I know you're busy. I should probably try to reread all that. I know nothing about all that stuff. Okay, well, that's why I got out of the SES earlier, guys. So, I mean, you still had that overhang of the fact that, the market reacted negatively to the earnings. So, did okay on it. Nothing fabulous. I'm looking at a six break on this GSIW. Look how many races it's won, 12 races. 21 million have traded, 21.9 now, 4 million in the float. So you can see right now the float has turned over about five and a half times. Look at the volume that's coming in. And that's the key, guys. I mean, the volume is look at on the 15-minute chart, look at the volume just sustaining. The volume is sustaining itself. So there's still enthusiasm for this stock. It doesn't mean it's going to rip higher, but the enthusiasm is still there. All right, guys, about 20 minutes for me, and I'll be taking my break. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Steve while he's doing his thing between 12 and 1. Always a good idea, I think, to head over to YouTube when I do take my break. 5 days of the week, five different traders from Trade Ideas take over for me. We all have different trading styles. We all have different scans that we're sharing. Uh, Intensely watching this GSIW. This is when watching time and sales and something is awesome because I mean, look how rapidly it's trading. Okay, I mean, it's just trade after trade after trade after trade. Well, it did not take it. It sort of took six, but not really. So, I mean, it got up to 603, but all right, this has got some room. Okay, GTES has got some room, guys. I think. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. The next high is 1825. It's right there at that weekly high. Takes that weekly high out, and the next high is 1907 on the weekly chart. That is for GTS, GTES. It's a big float. They don't all have to be little floats, but that looks interesting to me anyway. Okay, that looks interesting to me. And again, the next high is over here. This is, let's see if it's showing up here at all. There it is. There's GTES. Okay. This is on the large cap gainers. Boy, a lot of action today as obviously with the market up so much. And you know what? I mean, the market really has not given it up. I mean, it looked like, here, it looked like, okay, maybe we're going to have, I wouldn't say the market's going to go negative today, even when this was happening, but, definitely a drop. But look at this, the resiliency of this market. Another tease at six, guys, for the GSIW. Another tease. I wish this wasn't happening so close to my break. So it did get up to 617, but it was so quick, so quick. Okay, guys, I'm holding my breath. Okay, I've taken some off. Okay, I've taken some off. Time is it now? 11:46. I'm talking about the GSIW. Okay, I'm all out of it, guys. All out of it. I mean, it may run again, but I am hoping maybe later on in the day again. Okay, so I'm all out of it. Did okay, but I was really hoping I saw that 640 and maybe it would pop up even above that, but it did not. So, okay. Okay, here's one that's just over the whole number, guys. ASPN, Aspen. Let's see what sort of room it has. Not much. Okay, I'm just looking here. Is that about 30 odd cents? So that next high looking left, not enough for me. Okay, the GTES is not doing much for me right now. It's basically where I bought it. I'm in this one long. GTES. It's basically not doing much. And this is from, of course, the large cap gainer. And what about zero or ZEO? Bizavi? Very, 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 very challenging one today, but it's it's moving down now, so no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, believe it or not, guys, for me, GSIW still has that look for later on. I'm hoping that maybe it'll just, but it may not. It may just keep running and running. I'm kind of hoping it would just remain around 6 until later on. Well, I don't know, Bizavi, if it's over for the day, ZEO. It's had a crazy day. That's all I can say. It's possible. I mean, it could have a late day run. I would have rather seeing it base around the 4 level up here and then have that pop, but it just may not do that. What a what a great move on the 15-minute chart, on the 3-minute chart for EWTX now. EWTX now. Just I mean, blue, 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 which means strong, strong, strong. Yeah, so the question is from Mike in our main room, do I have to pay for well, yeah, most of the stocks that I'm looking at, very easy to borrow. So there's, whatever they're charging is next to is nothing. When you would get the ones that are like 200, 300, 400%, typically that means they're not available right off the bat. So I can't remember the last time I ever got into one that had that high of a fee rate. It's because they're usually not available immediately. Look at EWTX as an example, 0.41%. Okay, so or whatever that is. Okay, so it's sort of a non-issue. Well, guys, bye bye GSIW for me. Unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore. Funny, if they could find shares, I mean, it's only 6.3. Okay, if they could find shares for me, this is what I mean. I mean, I'm not going to get them to try to find shares or anything. All right, guys, 11:53. So what I'm going to do now is just put my announcement. I'm not gone yet. I'll wait for Steve to show up, of course. But well, I'm not gone yet. I'm just getting the announcement up here so I don't forget. Oh my goodness! I know I'm going to look back on my GSIW and think, "Wow, interesting." I'm not seeing any buy flags on this one. I obviously did not meet the parameters. But wow, what a move now! What a move now! Where's the VWAP? It's got to be way down here, 516. Zio looks pretty sick now, Bezavi. They're asking me about whether it's done for the day. It looks pretty sick now. How do you access TradeWave? Okay. First of all, you must be in our latest beta. Okay, XFall guy, latest beta number one. So if you go to my home page, and if you don't have the latest beta, that's the first thing you have to do. Okay, click on the download. If you don't have the latest beta, now you'll know if you have the latest beta if when you click on help and about, it should say 5.6.95, okay? Okay, you got the latest beta. So next thing you have to do is you have to right click on a chart and make sure use browser interface is checked, okay? Use browser interface is checked, okay? When you do that, FX should now appear as an option, okay? Can you see what I'm pointing at? I mean, it's a crosshairs, but can you see where the hand is, where it says FX in that line, that long line where the buy and sell is? Can you see that? Okay, so if you then you click on FX, okay, and then there's an option that says trade wave. Click on that, and now give it maybe 5 or 10 seconds. Sometimes it's not instant, but once you click on that, then you'll be in the trade wave, and then you will now if you click on a chart and you say, well, wait a minute, there's no buy or sell flag. It just means that it hasn't set up. That's all. If that makes sense. Remember now, this is all to do with this wave here. It appears in a certain way, and all that sort of stuff. So, but that's all you have to do. Okay, not all you have to do. A few steps, but that's what you do. All right, guys. Next step is for me to put the YouTube link in to the main room, so you guys can head over to YouTube and listen to Steve for the hour if you'd like to. SVMH. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a reboot. For some reason, my computer is a little bit noisy today. Got it? Great. Okay. Now, don't forget to save your work, right? At the end of the day, the fact that you've done all that, maybe you had to change your chart to the browser and you clicked on that. Don't forget to save your work. Here's one that I keep seeing, guys, is PROK, PROK, PROK. What sort of room does this have? Little bit of room on a weekly chart, up to $3. Not a low float. Everybody's got to be pro kidney. Who'd be anti kidney? All right, I think I heard a little pop. I think Steve is in our YouTube room now. So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So, I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And just give me one moment, Steve, as I get rid of my music. Okay, Mr. Gomez, you must be in the room.
I'm here.
I can barely hear you.
Really? Okay, hold on a
Yeah.
second.
Yeah.
How about now? Is that better?
That's a lot better. That's a lot better.
Okay.
You must have had
Yeah,
it.
the old volume mic got adjusted somehow.
Uh-huh. You know, that's scary too, because I'm using the same mic as you, and I haven't looked at the settings for months. If anything ever happened, I'm not sure what I would do. You know what I mean? I mean, if I wake up one day and it's not working, or I'm not even sure.
It's been pretty solid for me. I just know you got those three push buttons to work with.
Yeah, no, it's been solid. I haven't had to do anything on that mic for, well, as long as I've had it. So how are you today? Have you? I know you're not a day trader, so I'm not going to ask if you've done anything, or have you?
I haven't. No,
Okay.
I really haven't done any day trading. I brought in some swing trades that I'll talk about that I got after the Fed announcement yesterday. So,
Okay.
Yeah, and I had fun playing golf on Monday. I don't know if you saw that video I dropped.
Yeah,
A lot of fun
with 5
nice,
feet to the signature hole.
Yes, nice birdie.
Yeah,
beautiful. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
So, you gonna do the floors?
No, floors are not today. Floors are tomorrow. I'm taking off next week. I'll be off next week, so we got a lot of cleaning up to do. So I'm not going to do the floors today.
All right.
But just a question. Fubu did not.
No, did not
trigger. Right within one penny.
Yeah. Didn't even. Let's see.
I thought it got to 178 or something.
No, here was the. Here's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today. It never even came close. It opened at the candle that below that it closed on Friday, so it never even attempted. I used the Friday and Thursday high. So
right.
And honestly, when I go to a this is kind of interesting. When you go to a trade wave, this trade wave, there we go. The trade is off.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, Tuesday a sell candle came in. So I was using this buy candle, saying, "All right, let's keep it going," but it never went. And a sell candle came in. So that's kind of a neat little feature that coincides with the trade of the week. If people aren't really sure, turn your trade wave on and it might give you an instinct.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, my friend, I'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good.
Okay.
See ya. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. It's my day today. It's Andy's day tomorrow. A lot of us, both of us are similar in our approach to swing trading. So, I'll start off by saying if anybody was sent here by support for additional instruction or visual help, you guys have priority. Otherwise, I start rambling about, what I'm seeing on the day, which is obviously giant gap up, which is now holding. And not only is it holding, my 10 SMA is coming into play on a lot of these midday setups. NASDAQ's being pushed higher by the 10 SMA. The S&P is grinding right here at the 10 SMA. What's the IWM doing? That's riding the 10 SMA higher. So all systems are like green light, go. You'd be crazy to short this market right here, the way at least things are looking to me. So, I've I keep watching these mining companies because let's see, IBIT would be representing Bitcoin. Try that again. IBIT. Hello, David. All right, so IBIT, Bitcoin's is running, and it's in this time perspective, it's gapped up, and now obviously it needs to push higher. If it does, got a little bit of Mara right about here, actually no, a little bit higher, and a little bit of Riot, not much. But these things, I tell you, they're very disappointing. Bitcoin can turn and run to highs, and these things just make a lot of noise. So I didn't buy a lot of them. What I do want to talk about, though, is something that is it's kind of interesting. You'll recall in the past this SMR. Oops, hang on a second. You recall in this past the SMR was a trade of the week, and it was in play back here a lot of excitement, and then it broke. Well, I've been watching these things, and as I've been watching them, I started to research. All right, why are these small nuclear modular new technology energy deals so interesting? Why are they so volatile? I think I'm onto the answer, and it's kind of a perfect storm, if you will, for energy usage. All right. Obviously, think about the Teslas and the EVs. They've got to plug into your energy grid, which is acceptable. But now you've got Elon Musk building this giant AI warehouse. You've got the Bitcoin mining, speaking of, Mara and Riot. So you've got crypto mining, and we've all heard the energy intense needs for those type of data centers. And now we've got a whole new layer to consider. Obviously, NVIDIA has been extremely popular with the mining company, but they're also popular now with the chat GPTs. If you haven't used the Claude or Grok or OpenAI, GPT, or any of these, you're missing the boat. You better start playing with them because these are the future. Now, these things don't just live in a cloud somewhere. They are giant server farms, and these things are being built 24/7, 12-hour shifts. I've seen videos of these guys just working their asses off to get these things up and running. That begs the question, where is the power going to come? Do you think these county leaders are going to sit around and Ludden Lawn and other major companies just plug into the existing power grid? Probably not. Do you think nuclear would be a great solution? Yeah, it probably would, but those things take 10 to 12, 15 years sometimes just to get through the regulation and the construction and approvals. But now we've got this new technology, kind of like, modular homes. You don't want to build a new home. Well, they build it in the factory and they drop it onto your lot in front of the lake. Well, we can do the same thing now with nuclear to basically scale to demand. So rather than building an entire nuclear plant to facilitate, a couple of AI data centers, you just drop a couple of, maybe one, maybe two, who knows, in the ground of these modular nuclear. So you just prepare the ground, prepare the site. The actual modular nuclear reactor is made in the factory, and it's completely safe and transported, dropped in, plugged in, and turned on, and there you go. You've got an incredible amount of power. I'm sure they're expensive as hell too. So that's the story. And you guys have heard me talk about, hey, it's the chart confirming the story. Well, what I did yesterday is I waited for the Fed announcement just to kind of see what's up. And then I decided to build a position in 3 of the names that I know of. And if somebody else knows of any new names for me to add to my list, we're welcome to discuss that. But the first is the big one, SMR. Again, it shows the potential to have these big parabolic moves. It's been up to 16, big pullback down to 7. But man, oh man, is the story there. It's a very compelling story, what I just laid out, because this GPT, OpenAI is the future, and bots and robots are the future. We're going to have these server farms everywhere, and they're going to have to be powered somehow. So I think that's where the underlying interest is, and hedge funds and the money that comes into these. So again, we're starting with the first one, SMR, small modular reactor. That's kind of a play on their ticker symbol. A lot of cash. All right. Fundamentally, a lot of cash. They don't have good earnings. They don't have any quarterly growth either. Great volume. So this is very tradable. 88 million in the float. Pretty good short float down here. So we could get a possible short squeeze. Now, this is where it gets interesting and compelling. That's why I built a position in this. Big bounce off the bottom, but as you've heard me say, after a big move like this and the looming 50-day moving average, you're going to have to expect resistance. And boy, did we get it. 1, 2, 3, 4 days coming into today with not much of a deep pullback. And then you've got the 10 starting to catch up here really quickly. If this thing moves back to highs, it's not even going to wait around for the 10 SMA. There might be a short squeeze. So this is kind of my favorite. And let me just state the reason I'm buying all three. These are the only three I know of. And I want to kind of put my money into it and see if I can figure out which one is going to be the 600-pound gorilla and the leadership. There's always a leader in a group. And so far, SMR seems to be that leader technically and on the balance sheet. They've got some pretty sizable money. I don't see a cash to debt. Okay, so let's move on to the second one. And again, we can always, it's a little goofy though, because, and this is a stupid bug, I'll type SMR again. We'll go back and try to look for competitors, but I don't necessarily think a lot of these are competitors. Zeo, what is Zeo? Solar, okay? Nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So what I'm saying, guys, if you happen to find any more than these three, let me know and I want to add them to my list. So SMR number one, I'm in this. It's looking strong. It's working today. It's peeking its head above the 50. If we get a close above the 50 with this wonderful consolidation coming into today and 24% short the float, I'm not selling a single share of this today if it does that. I'm going to bring it into tomorrow and see what it brings. And honestly, you guys, I'm going to easily hold a chunk of this for a little bit more longer term rather than just do my normal swing trade, surf, get in and get out. I want to try and maybe hold a third of these positions. Haha. All right, let's go right to it. OKLO is number 2 on my list. Thank you. I own this, and boy, it gapped up today, and I think it had news overnight. They did some, oh yeah, beauty. Profile. Engages in the development of fission reactors, clean energy through the design and deployment of fast fission power plants. Okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Let's look at the chart. Been in a bad downtrend. It's a rather new issue, which means we could probably try to draw a AVWAP. Yes, no. I'm sorry, AVWAP. Nope, doesn't want to come in. Opened, actually, literally, that's that blue line. You see that blue line? I've already established that blue line is the opening tick of the IPO. And look how that pivot, this is a major pivot. Look how that opening price acted as the incredible resistance line through the price way down here. Now here's that bird in the hand kind of setup I talk about where you're breaking a downtrend a little bit and just kind of wallowing sideways above the flattening 10 SMA. And then boom, I think we got some news overnight of filing, form filing, financial. So this is the third tier. I jumped to it because you said Oklo, retired Fido. And so it's very low cash, only 420K cash. Volume's decent. It's tradable, but very low market cap. So this is the baby of the bunch so far. But technically speaking, it's behaving very well today. And I see no reason if it holds this why it won't try and come up and challenge this. So let's skip to number 2. So we've got SMR and Oklo, and this one is NNE. This is a volatile one. And technically speaking, I was riding this last wave up. This is what got me interested. I crushed this move, and I sold right there at the 50. I watched it overshoot, and then I said, no way. This is, again, you guys never, ever, ever enter a new position after 4 or 5 days of a volatile green move. You're just asking for the 4-day consolidation. So coming into today or this day, I watched it. I said, oh boy, that's a little bit of red, but you don't buy here. I think it's going to need some more. I watched day 2. I said, okay, now it's getting interesting. Yesterday, I started to add to it and then added after the FOMC. And then believe it or not, I've added a little bit more today. Now, this one is being fickle. It's being the stubborn one of the bunch. It's literally negative red on the day, but the day is still young. And then he's got more cash. It's got 13 million cash. Float. It's a very small float. So this is why this one's so nasty and volatile. 17 million. This thing can jump around. 5-day range, 52%. Pretty volatile. Okay, so Patrick might have another. We'll take a look at that. So those are my 3. I'm literally invested in all 3, but this is a beautiful chart. I'm not scared at all. The fact that it's relatively weak to the others. I think it's maybe there's just somebody who's working this order and they're really trying to establish a big position down here, but it's resting on the 20, the 10. 4 days of red pullback after a vicious move up is perfect. And these last 2 days are kind of flat. So as we speak, I'm watching here, and I'm saying, if we can get a nice big green candle pop back above this 10 SMA and maybe go green on the day, maybe NNE is going to catch up to the others and we get a nice confirmation in this whole sector that I'm trying to create. Like, this is the genesis of a new watch list, you guys. And so Patrick has given me BWXT. Oops, BWXT. Profile. Nuclear components. Naval or nuclear. So this is an expensive stock. It's been around for a while. Now, it looks like it services the old school nuclear model. So I don't know if they're able to pivot to the modular reactor model, which again is just on paper right now. They're creating them, creating the business as we speak. And that's why I mentioned the chat GPT and the need for AI. Cloud servers are going to be everywhere, and they're going to need their own source of energy. So that's the story. But I'm going to stay away from this one because this one, it's probably just like CES and some of the other, what was it? Not CES. I can't think of the name now, but your typical nuke stuff. I haven't been able to find, and I haven't really dug a whole lot of. I probably could do a GPT search. Let's do that. All right, let's see if OpenAI has any ideas. Okay, SMR. Oh, they're listing BWX. So, hey, how about that? Because of the component factor, maybe they're able to pivot and be like the service, oil service sector where they help work on these things in partnership for service and repairs. Fluor, now that's old school. Rolls-Royce, Holtec. Oh, CCJ, that was the one I was thinking of. These are all the old school names. I don't know, ChatGPT. I think I like my list better. I'm sticking with my list. It's a brand new model. So that's kind of why I wanted to make that the content today is the genesis of CCJ chart. Looks a lot like Oklo chart. The genesis of a new trading sector. Because every now and then a new technology or a new sector just starts getting headline after headline and they're in the news and they get these crazy small cap runs. And that's when you can really, okay. Sorry, I'm just reading some notifications just pop up all day long. I'm like a chimp sitting here getting grapes every time I push a button when a notification lights up. on my other screen. Sorry. So again, back to the Raya and Mara. They're trying. Here's what I like about them. They're doing that bird in the hand thing, kind of, right? They're trying to break this downtrend from the 20 and the 10, and they're doing it. But sometimes you just have to be patient as hell. Here's a giant gap up today that you were horribly cursed if you chased. The correct thing to do is to buy the gap fill. It looks like on these things, so they're very choppy. Just make sure you're on the right side of them. BWXT and SMR is primarily a supplier. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and add that. And here's how I'll do it. BWXT. And then so I don't lose track of it, I'll heart it. It goes onto my like list. And then I'll also send it to a symbol list. This 401k is a high-low list of names I'm interested in. So if I start to see this coming through, that kind of helps confirm, if I'm long SMR and OCLO and NNE, it might help confirm. Look at NNE, still trapped. This is the way I use this indicator. It's still telling me it's a fight. And for the most part, we can draw a wedge there. Hopefully it doesn't continue to the downside. Hopefully this is where the buyers, look at this congestion right here. I mean, this is a big band of support, you would think. So I'm leaning on a pullback from a big move up, good volume, but I waited patiently for the area to kind of strike. But now I need to just be patient and trust that I can get a close a little bit higher today. Relatively speaking, Oklo is doing great volume. It's coming in a little bit. 1.18, not bad. But it's in this nice little sweet spot here where I feel like if it can just close like this, I should get some nice follow through. Why do I even have this on there? Oh, yeah, whatever. What a big fake out in sound. These AI stocks are kind of like those Bitcoin stocks. They make a lot of noise, but they don't go anywhere. I shouldn't say Bitcoin. I should say blockchain. Which, by the way, my favorite crypto is XRP. And it's coming out with an ETF soon, I understand. Okay, that's Bitcoin daily chart. Here's XRP daily chart. 58 cents. Here's my 10 SMA. It's a nice little look there. I mean, hopefully we see that. So as you can see, it's been volatile. If you don't know the story on XRP, I'll save it. But I like this crypto. It's a utility. When things go digital and people have to make cross-currency, cross-border payments, it won't take 3 days anymore. And Bitcoin can't do it. It's too slow. I don't know if you guys saw, I think they showed Trump trying to buy burgers with Bitcoin, and they had to pretend like the transaction went through after like 45 seconds, even though it didn't. Bitcoin takes too long to settle. So XRP settles cross-currency digital payments in seconds. So an ETF is coming out at some point, and I'm sure the name XRP is going to be reserved for that because nothing is showing up under that. But speaking of blockchain, it's a very efficient blockchain, the XRP ledger. Here's the NASDAQ just holding true to the half-point rate cut. Money just flooding back into the market. I see Oklo on highs, I think. Getting close to it. What was the SMR relative volume? That's pretty good, 1.42. And SMR relative volume. So it's doing 40% more than it normally would coming out of this little congestion here. Again, for me, the key, technically speaking, is to get this candle to close up here above the 50 because it was a 4-time rejection. Yes, XRP has been crazy slow moving for 7 years. And, you know, it's not designed to be a store of value like Bitcoin is. So what will get XRP going? What will get Ripple is the company that built it, and they've got almost 200 global agreements, NDAs now with financial institutions and banks. They're creating the legitimate pathway. They're not coming in and kicking down doors and saying, hey, look at us, we're going to take, they're working with the existing finance system as it goes to decentralized, hopefully. Finance system would be perfect. But what would make the price go up is people start to realize that, oh man, this thing is needed. It's the grease and the wheels between, you know, digital payments cross borders. And if happens what I think is going to happen, everything is going to be tokenized. If it's on a balance sheet, if it's a bond or a piece of art or a car or a home, it's going to be tokenized. And when you add up all the assets globally, we might be talking about quadrillions of dollars. So if it gets to the point where people start seeing XRP being utilized everywhere and it becomes more and more ubiquitous, the price of XRP token will have to increase. I mean, if it went from 50 cents to $50, imagine how fewer tokens you would need. There's only a finite amount. It's 80 billion total net. And 80 billion at $1 isn't really going to cut a global balance sheet of quadrillions. So what I'm getting at is that because as it becomes more ubiquitous and useful and people start to see, oh my God, all these assets are being tokenized, there has to be a higher price per token to facilitate all these transactions that are going to happen. That's my hope. That's my understanding. But I am in that one, and I am also in XLM, which is similar, but it's not institutional. XRP is the institutional one. XLM is more like the peer-to-peer or smaller finance one. So it'd be more like the Venmo. Imagine a world where you don't have a Venmo where the money goes to the bank first and then to the recipient a day later so they can enjoy the overnight interest float, right? No, it goes from your ledger to their ledger in 5 seconds. That's it. There's no fraud. There's no middleman. That's where we're headed. Get excited. All right. There we go. That's what I need to, the green shoot seedling of maybe in 3 minutes, I can get this candle to close for the, you know, above this and maybe signal a washout on the daily chart would be a perfect spot for NNE to bounce. So we got SMR. We've got Oklo. Ooh, almost at highs. And we've got NNE bringing up the rear. Only a percentage point away from going red to green. Here's Oklo on highs. Hi, Debbie. Yeah, the buy and sell, what you're seeing is the trade wave. Right now, that's just an output on the chart, depending upon what you type in. However, your question is, you know, will there be a way to alert in the future? Yes, we're working towards building that. This was step one, creating the trade wave and buy sell tag algorithms on the chart. And obviously step 2 and 3 will be to incorporate those into that money machine thing that's kind of been teased about, which is essentially just kind of keeping you in the right trades at the right time. Very early to talk about that, but we're working towards that. So for now, it's just kind of a guideline for you. So if I look at this UCLO and we turn on TradeWave, I'll be probably thinking there's, let's see. There we go. The buy came in. Look at that. The buy came in right here, and we're solid. There's no sell indication. What about on the daily chart? What does the TradeWave look like on the daily chart? That's what. Oh, there. Look at that. Today's the buy. So anybody can do this here. You guys, you just need the latest beta version. You need to have on your browser charts. And then you'll have this FX button that gives you the TradeWave. And then I would accept just the default values, but if you want to be an experimenter, you can play around with it. Okay, I'm going to turn those back off. It's just kind of nice to see that indicator kind of tells me what I think I already see. Okay, so yeah, great one. I called up my daughter, Stevie. She does a lot of blogging for us, and she's learning to trade too. And I said, buy XRP. I just saw it came out, and her and her boyfriend got their Robinhoods out, and they go, we can't buy it. So I dug deeper on X, and it was only available in Europe. Now, what's happened is the SEC has been overruled, but they still have a moment to appeal. The moment that the SEC gives up their right to appeal and XRP pays them $125 million for a settlement, probably within 24 hours, Robinhood will open up. But ideally, we want it to open up now before that news, because that news is going to push it higher. So your only real option. Also, I didn't talk about the Grayscale. Can't remember who it is, but it's a private equity firm. They're creating an XRP fund pegged at like $19.99 per share. That's private, but it'll be coming public soon. So all these things are coming, but I know that doesn't help people with Robinhood. So the only Grayscale, thank you, Patrick. The only thing that you can do, and I told my friend this, is just suck it up and open up an Uphold account. Uphold will allow Americans to buy. It's an England company in London. And once you're verified, you can start buying XRP, the actual token, on the exchange. And that's really your best bet, better than an ETF, probably better than buying it on Robinhood, because once it's on Uphold, you have the ability to pull it down and put it onto a hard wallet cold storage if you wanted to. So what's my XRP price target? I would say, Shaw, that when this news comes out that I think is coming out regarding the SEC giving up their all claims, that kind of frees the way that everybody's been waiting for. I think it could run back to $3. That's kind of where it was before. I don't know what the symbol is of Grayscale. You could do a Google search for Grayscale and XRP, and you probably get a lot of info there. So easily $3. Hopefully, maybe ideally $5 before the year end, Shaw, if the SEC goes away. I think round numbers might be important in the long run, tens. And then once you get your tens, then I don't know, the sky's the limit. I kind of laugh at the people who get on TikTok and they say XRP is going to 1,000 or XRP is going to 10,000 because they're basing that on quadrillion dollars worth of assets divided by a simple division. But you can't do a simple division. You have to remember that money has a velocity, and if it's a 5-second transaction time, you can use that XRP token a few thousand times a day. So you don't have to equal the amount of XRP value, just as long as there's enough to facilitate, the constant exchange trade. Yeah, you bought it 25 cents. I don't know why you would sell if you bought it 25 cents. I don't think it's a Yeah, it's priced at 11.49. When it first came out, it was right around $10 when they first announced it, but XRP's moved up a little bit. If you dig into it more, one share is going to be worth 19.99 XRP tokens, I believe. So, yeah, this isn't a trade. This is a back pocket paradigm shift. It's a diversification. You got stocks, you got bonds, you got gold, you got crypto, silver. So even if it ran to $5, I'm not going to sell it. If it ran to $10, I'm not going to sell it. What if 3 years from now it's ubiquitous and it's $100 a coin? And here's the fun part, you guys. It's not just a store of value. It's like we need coins to facilitate transactions. So there's a program where you lend. It's like Airbnb for your coin. You lend your tokens to the system, and you get a return in exchange for lending your tokens for liquidity. So it's like a liquidity dividend or whatever you want to call it. That's exciting. That's passive income. I'm with you, Shah. I think 10 to 15 is realistic. It depends. Again, what you have to watch is how quickly it becomes adopted and people start doing their math and saying, well, if this amount of assets are tokenized and there's this amount in circulation and they can do this amount of processes per minute, then maybe a fair value might be higher if that continues. I don't know. It's just a whole new Wild West. All right, I think I'm caught up on you guys. Now, I also, I'm just not one to trust that I can log into Uphold and see my XLM and XRP portfolio looking at me. You just never know. So I spent the money and bought a ledger, a Nano X ledger, because they supported XRP and XLM, and basically downloaded it and took it down off of Uphold and had to create, 24-word password phrase, write it down in 3 different places in case I ever lost it or needed to open up my wallet. So I felt a little more comfortable just having it in my hand versus having it on a screen. Correct. Yeah. Right now it's private placement only. However, it's a precursor of good things to come. It's really the first step of an ETF. I think the CME has also benchmarked and pegged the value of XRP as like a necessary benchmark, like kind of like a stable coin, kind of, if you will. They're creating a stable coin, which just means I believe it's tied to a currency. It doesn't fluctuate. So yeah, good deep dive here on crypto. But again, if anybody showed up late and you're waiting like to talk about something, don't be shy. Feel free. I can demonstrate anything. I haven't gone through my short squeezers today. Let's just keep an eye. There we go. Riot and Mara, the blockchain companies. We're speaking about blockchains. Okay, IBIT, high of the day. It should help. Yeah, so we're popping out of this range. Please take Mara. Please take Riot. I felt like I was patient and waited for the gaps to fill. Oh, there's also people, the funny ones, that think you're going to wake up one day and the quantum switch was flipped and your XRP is going to be worth $1,000. It's like, what are you going to do? No, I don't necessarily see that. That would be the first time in probably history anything like that has ever happened. So it'll be a move higher as, the S wave, the S curve of adoption. the S curve of adoption of cell phones, the S curve of adoption of TiVo, the S curve adoption of smartphones. You know, it's a slow beginning and then a quick acceleration and then a tapering off. So it's shaped like an S. And the parabolic is the middle adoption phase. I don't think we're anywhere close to that. But the point is that's how XRP would likely run in a fast S curve like that. Ethereum high of day. Yeah, Ethereum high of day. So that's the problem with Robinhood. By the time they announce you can trade it, it seems like the news is going to pop. And by the news again, I mean, let's go to the SEC backing away. So all we can do, we can look back here. We had a spike to 93. I think that's easy. We could even go to monthly. This is why I said $3. Where's 360? There's 350 right there. So this was back when I think Bitcoin first took off. It was, it was trading around 5 cents. There's the 25 cents. So that's where you own it, probably, Shaw, or maybe you bought the dip back in here. But the initial spike, and again, I think there might be something to the fact that, you know, maybe there is a prescribed escrow dumping where Ripple will continue to drop more tokens on the market. And I think that might be designed to maybe, and they've done a good job of it, keeping the price stable and low while financial institutions can buy into it if they wanted to, if they're buying into the story in the future. Well, then there's, you know, they don't want the price to get away from them. They're the big guys. They control the crumbs that we get to play off of. So there's probably, you know, this last 2 years, year and a half, there's probably a good story to be said that, you know, the price is kind of being tamped down and kept stable as more and more institutions probably maybe incorporate it and embrace it and even take it on and buy it rather than having to chase it. But the SEC case, which looms, there's $1 would be easy probably after that. 150, there's $2. I would say it could probably quickly go to 150 or 2. Quickly, maybe meaning a few days, not overnight. I shouldn't say that because these cryptos, they do have a tendency to spike immediately, and their immediate spike is their high. So it could spike up around 150 or 2. I don't know. I hope so. More about my tools. Okay. Which tools? Okay. So I think you're probably talking about this, the short squeeze. If I show you the configuration of this, it's nothing more than show me stocks with volume, decent volume average, but they have to have a minimum short float of 20%. But that's really disregard. That's just basically saying, show me everything. There's no filter on that. And essentially it's tree mapped here based on the change from the close or change from the open. I can't remember. Let's take a look. PCT is up 14. So that's changed from the close. And so all of these that I come through are going to have a large percentage of short float. And so on a day like today, right, there's a time and place to use short float squeezes. And when the market's crashing, that's not a time to try and buy short squeezes because they feel emboldened. The time to play short squeezes is when you put your mind in the eyes of the short seller and when they feel in pain and fear. And that's usually why a short squeeze happens, because they have to cough up their shares in competition with people buying shares to go long, and it creates a short squeeze. So this scan right here, I'm assuming, Ninja, you're probably interested in this. I can give this to you and you can monitor it, and just be aware that on days when the market's strong, it's not telling you when to buy. It's just showing you, hey, these are in play. And you might not want to lose track. So we could go through and we could say, okay, well, DNA's had 3 days of run. I probably don't like that one. What I'm getting at is maybe I can find something I can buy a pullback in that just maybe got too far. Okay, so maybe Children's Place. Maybe it wants to pull back a little bit. So I'm not going to buy this. The daily is strong, but maybe I can get a better price. So maybe I'll just right click and create a price alert. The blue line appears and I'm on my way. I can forget about it. But if this thing pops up in my mind, look at this, you guys, 55%. These people have been squeezed after earnings. It's been relentlessly squeezed. Now, I don't know how much more juice is left in this squeeze, but if it wants to pull back, this could be an interesting place to try it. So step one was I found it here. And step two was I created a price alert. Point being, I'm telling you this scan is not telling you to jump in and buy it, because more than likely, it might be a bit extended. So you want to, look at W. Well, I look at the daily chart in W and it's hitting its 200-day moving average. I'm not interested. It's probably completely out of breath, even though it's been squeezing. I think that NNE might be trying to help me. Well, it did, in fact, close above, but it's just kind of hanging out here. What's my SMR doing? SMR close to highs. Again, I need SMR to close above that blue line 50-day moving average. Glow. Hello, Peter. Okay, so LASE, at what point safe from hold numbers? Well, when I look at the daily, I see day number 3 of a large, big move. Look at what can happen after 1, 2, 3, 5 big days. It's like Chutes and Ladders. You remember that game, Peter? Chutes and Ladders. You get the elevator down. We don't want to be a part of that. So I would say, if it wants to come and hold $10, it probably should be holding $10. This moving average is coming up to hold it. If you get a candle like this or like this underneath this line, I would step aside, because we're trying to avoid getting caught up in this, because we've already had 1, 2, 3, 4 big green days here. It's now a game of musical chairs. Yeah, it can go higher, but to me, it seems like the risk reward up here is a bit risky, because the bottom can drop out. What's the float? Oh my God, the float is scary. 8 million means it can probably drop 50 cents in the blink of an eye. It can go from here to here before you even know what happened. So just be careful on that one, Peter. All right, I think, let's see, SMR. That thing's finally going. I'm not touching that. Really want NNE to just keep going here. Okay, Ninja, hi, yes. Perfect. Okay, so I'm a swing trader, as you heard, and what I can do also is I can share both of my charts with you. Gosh, my charts have 4 indicators on the daily. This is the 200-day. This is your big brick wall. Yes, I remember you saying that. So we're good there. The 50-day is the blue line. All right. Consider this the general bill of health. If the stock is below the 50, it's not in good health. If the stock is above the 50, it's in good health. Then we have our faster moving averages. The 20 is what I consider the backstop. And I call it the backstop. If you look back here, when it breaks the 10, it catches the 20 as a kind of a backstop. And that leads me to the 10, which is the 10 SMA, which usually is the momentum line. So if something is above the 10 SMA, just like you heard me say here, this is a 10 SMA on a 15. And again, as a swing trader, I use a 15-minute chart and a daily chart. Anything faster is too much noise for me. So shifting to the intraday, 15-minute and the 10 SMA literally is my go-to bread and butter. And this blue line is a 5-day moving average. It's just kind of like the general bill of health on the 15-minute chart. Just like this blue line is the general bill of health on the daily chart. And so when I look at NNE, it's still below. I need to get back above that. However, SMR is above that blue line on the intraday, and it's peeking its head above on the daily, which is good. And OKLO, 2 of them that I'm in. This one's, in this case, I'm using the 50 SMA. I'm using this as my target. So that'll probably be my upside target, because if it can get there, it can probably get there in a hurry, but that's where I expect selling to come in. And you always want to be one step ahead of the market. You don't want to be a chaser. Like I was just telling Peter in Lays, you know, coming in and being the brand new person to say, I'm going to establish a position here after it took out this high and it's been running 4 days. This thing's just itching to take an in-breath or an exhalation breath, whatever. So you want to be the contrarian, which is what I'm trying to be in NNE. This is a great example. If you heard me talking earlier, I like the sector, but NNE is kind of playing the black sheep. It's bringing up the rear with a little relative weakness today. But I waited, and here's where it started to make sense to me on the daily. So the daily chart's where you make your initial ground floor foundational decision. And then the 15-minute chart is where I decide to add or sit or be patient and just observe, like I'm doing now in this NNE. We've got our third candle that popped up above. See, I've been waiting for it intraday. It looks juicy and lovely on the daily. So this is my contrarian intraday. I'm sorry, this is my contrarian daily entry. I waited for that euphoria to consolidate. And that's probably, honestly, if you said I know you said you were a new trader, this is probably the number one advice I can give to any new trader is just don't be the one chasing the herd. Use that chart to put it on your radar and don't lose track of it. Use these right-click price alerts to alert you when the price gets back down to a level of interest. See, we've got consolidation here. We've got my 10 and my 20 resting on the daily, but on the intraday, we're trying to get more granular now. Now we're getting a little bit of movement. We're breaking the spell of this intraday. That's what I want to see. So I'm going to share, I'm just going to bring up like the NASDAQ, and I'm going to share both of these charts with you. So you don't have to make them. I also shared that scan with you. And if you don't know how to use these links, I'll show you. Copy. Paste. Okay. So if you click on one of those links, right, it takes you to the description page of the scan. Well, all you have to do is copy this portion. Now it's in my clipboard. Now when I go to File, Load from the Cloud, there it is. All I have to do is press Load. So now I'm going to have a duplicate chart. That's you loading it on your end. Now you have my settings. And then once you have these things arranged where you want, you can also grab this one if you want. Now, I don't necessarily have a lot of great swing trade scans aside from this short squeeze one, because this can be a good one. Anything on here is guaranteed to maybe have some shorts that are scared, so they're buying to get out. You would do the same thing with this link that I just gave you. You can open. So once you've got them all positioned on your screen and set and shaped, Ninja, the most important thing to do is File, Save Layout, and lock them in as your default layout, and then just start building on top of your default layout. If you see something you like from Andy, you know, Andy's actually, I'll share it with you. Angie's got a great thing. It's called the homework, the I homework, I believe. Let's take a look. Just type homework. Trader I homework. Load. So this is a doc. And this is a swing trader list of ideas. These are all very strong stocks. So you could do the same thing on here and say, oh, I like this CRVS, but I'm going to set a price alert. And I'll just remind myself if it does pull back to there. So this is a great starting point. And so I will give this to you as the last parting gift. And anybody who else might want it, this is a great starting point for you. And I'm glad you came. A lot of people say they will show up and they never do, but you did. And that should kind of get you going. You know, open all those and then arrange them and then save the layout. And you'll be good to go for at least a good swing trading starting point. All right, I do see a little bit of green coming into my Mara and Riot, so IBIT probably doing well. Again, the only way I can see what these guys are doing is, let me go to my 1 hour XRP. Here we go. It's starting to get a little interesting in XRP 1 hour, XLM. And there's Bitcoin. I find the 4 hour perspective is kind of interesting too. I like that. A lot of cup and handles in this 4 hour perspective here. I'm going to keep that one. Big volume spike too. Oh, this was the grayscale announcement right here. So you can see things move very quickly when news comes through. But what do we got there? 59. Once we get back into the 60 cents, I hope, we've kind of completed this cup and handle. Save this one for another day. If you come back next Thursday, Ninja will talk about this one, but there's nothing on this scan today.
You were definitely in Santa Claus mode today, giving out all those nice scans.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I like it when people, we chat, and I like it when I send them and they come and they actually show up and they ask questions. It's how it's supposed to work.
Well, it's amazing how lazy people can be, or just don't want to learn. And I see Ninja. I guess you're talking about Ninja 123, right? Yeah. So good for you, Ninja, coming in when you should have, and look at all the great information you got.
Yes, and I had to use a trading view to show XRP because
I
we
know,
don't have an
I know.
XRP ETF
I
yet.
know. I know.
Although the space is reserved, it's blank. It's ready.
Yeah.
All right,
Steve. I know
good.
we want to get out of here. So thanks for the
Thanks.
spell, and I won't see you next week. I'll see you the week after.
Right. Have fun.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Rooms. Just want to get, yes, I'm back in both rooms now. And you're such a little, you're a real disturber, aren't you, William? Why is XCH dropping today? Oh man. You know what? Hey, look at the bounce. I mean, that's a great bounce. That's a great bounce from what? From 724 to 1073. There's a $3 bounce, $3.50 bounce. So guys, I'm still, and it just got halted on the way up. So guys, I'm still in this GTES. I mean, it hasn't moved very much at all, but there's no reason for me to get out of it. So I'm going to hold on. I did see that when I was gone, this Elan had some news, and that really popped the stock. ELAN announced FDA approval for Zenrelia to do with atopic dermatitis in dogs. Okay, so that was the news. And I think after that, Stifel maintained coverage with a buy and a target of 20. So that was a land. Oh, thank you, David. Thank you. I forgot to take over the screen. You're right. There we go. Thank you, David. Yeah, I know, Peter. I know. I just forgot. Forgot to take over the screen from Steve. You should see it now. Oh, I see. So I land one person's gold is another person's misery. So I guess as so what you're saying is ETS dropped because of the Elan? Wow. But also I'm seeing here earlier on, Zoetis may have this is before that the announcement may have violated securities regulations and invest. Okay, okay. Sorry, it's one of those lawyers. Ah, we use Slack. Interesting. Give me a moment, guys. MyNav. Let's see. MYNA. Oh, this is another one I've been watching for a long time now to see if it could ever get above $2 because of course then we'd have a lot of room. But having a nice day, definitely having a nice day, up 19%. Another German stock, just like XDH, another German stock. Whoa, I'm not in this one anymore, but look at the Steelcase, SCS. Not in it anymore, but SCS is doing kind of what I was hoping it would do when I was in it. I made a little bit of money on it, not much, but could be interesting now. Mina, guys. MYNA surging here. MYNA surging. Wow, look at this. Just as I started mentioning it, look at this pop here. Look at the volume that came in, pulled back up to 150 from 130 in a heartbeat. All right, guys, I'm going to just go over my homepage one last time today and the information you can find on it. Yeah, XCH got halted on the way up. All right. How come XCH is going up? Okay, here is my homepage link, and all you got to do, click on it, and you'll see all the information you can find on it, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. As always, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription. That'll really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, Top important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. That'll get you started. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a free series of videos designed for people who have no experience in trading. Daily stock of the daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You might have heard Steve talking about it, or the concept of it in the between when he took over for me in YouTube between 12 and 1. That is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section here. And here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, so these are the ones that you can actually see. Okay, the ones that I'm sharing a lot of scans, but I'm only displaying a few of them. And this one, the biggest scan, is from the start of the race. The halts resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders is right there. And then the upside movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here. I do have another scan on my other monitor called Momo, and I'm also sharing. Okay, so that is, but I do have other scans that I've created that you can take a look at, of course. Well, William, you can kid all you want, but look at this. There it is, the halt at 1352 for XCH and the potential open in the what could be 1450, 1419. It looks like it'll open over 13 anyway, or 13 and a half, the halt price, or maybe not. Look at this. I mean, it's all over the place, of course. It's not fixed or set in stone. If it's a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 107 plus 7 seconds. So a little less than 2 minutes from now. Yeah, I don't know, Green. I see you. You must be gone now. Yeah, I saw that. I have no, of course, input into what you were saying or asking. Okay, guys, here's another one that's showing up. NPWR, NPWR, little pop, little drop. Now, what sort of room does it have? Unfortunately, I don't see enough room. Looking left, I see some potential resistance around the 720 to 725 mark, and then even if it got through that 740, I mean, if we're, ideally there'd be nothing until 788, but that's not what I see. So it means that I won't take the trade. Man, remember how Oric was just ripping higher, and now look at it, at that big candle or bar down. So, guys, I don't have a lot of faith that we're going to get one of these late dayers. The GSIW. Let me see if I can bring it up here. The GSIW, I think it's back too much. I may be wrong, but yeah, it's pulled back way too much, in my opinion. It would, ideally, it would have held around this 6 level, right around here, and then boom, it would have popped up. But it's moving in the other direction now, so I don't really see anything that I can anticipate that might have a late day run on one of these low floaters. I did not see that, William. So they didn't actually rebut it already? Usually they take a day or so, but okay. So let's take a look at KSPI. So this is what you're talking about, right? In our view, the report is misleading, inaccurate, and misrepresents. What does that remind you of? If it doesn't remind you of a Seinfeld episode, then you're not a Seinfeld fan. So, in our view, the report is misleading, inaccurate, and misrepresents our business. Being the first company from Kazakhstan to successfully list on Nasdaq has obviously raised our profile. Yeah, that's a pretty weak rebuttal as a first rebuttal, anyway, because they basically said they're involved in criminal activities. So, yeah, right on. In our view, right? In our opinion. Hmm. Well, they certainly knocked the heck out of this stock, though. 20% down 20%. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I could have sworn there was another Kazakhstan stock, but maybe this was the first one. But I could have sworn there was one other one. So you should be their speechwriter, William. Sava. Take a look at Sava from Captain Para. Wow, Sava's getting yeah, a little bit of a thumping, not a huge thumping, but definitely a bit of a thumping. Moving down on the 15 and the 5. Sorry, on the 3. So this was the news on the 17th for this, Lucy. They're going to unveil its ANSI certified smart safety eyewear at the Vision Expo West. I guess there are expos for virtually any product. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I see what you mean, Captain. All right, let's take a look. I almost shorted this one, but it was a little too late. I thought there was a little short flag right there. And but I was also that was during my break, and I thought I want to have a break. It's that simple. So now maybe EW. Now where's the VWAP? 2670. So yeah, I didn't really get that close to the VWAP. This may be on the way up again, guys. EWTX could be on the way up. It's trying to curl off this bottom here. I mean, it's still relatively strong on a 15-minute chart. It had blue, 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 a little bit of cyan, which is telling you, okay, I think the trend may be over. The strong, strong trend may be over. This one is telling you, don't take, well, On a 3-minute chart anyway, there's no big buy signal. A buy signal would be at least getting, well, orange, okay, at least getting out of this, because remember what deep purple means: strong sell. Pink means sell, but not as strong. Orange means neutral. We don't say an advantage one way or the other, either shorting or going long. And then cyan means, okay, a trend, a buy trend is starting to build. And then the blue means, okay, we think this is a strong trend. Again, if you want more information about that, just go to the Go No Go channel. Go No Go charts, just click on the Go No Go charts, and there is a video explaining it all. Okay, video and some text. Interesting. There was a re-entry alert today for our AI. Wonder if there's shorts available. Yeah, a lot of shorts available. This is for IMNN. So it obviously got stopped out. Yeah. So there was a an alert to short it at 15.95. Okay, an alert to short it at 15.95. And then what happened? And it would have been right. Candle would have been, well, let's take a look on a 15-minute candle would have been right here at around 10:30. But it got stopped out. Okay, because the stop 15.95 was the entry, and then the exit was at 16.21. You can see it just got up to 16.21, and it still got stopped out. And then there was a re-entry at 16.08. Now, again, why 16.08? Nothing highly scientific. But the way it works is if a stock gets stopped out, it's the stop price at any time during the day, and then it comes halfway between the original entry and the stop, you get a re-entry. This is on the short side. So this is what I'm talking about. There was a re-entry at 16.08 and at 15.23. That's pretty good, obviously. Todd, what did you miss? Well, this is what you missed. William kept telling people to buy XCH way up here at 25 because he said it was going to go to about 50. That's what you missed. And look what happened afterwards. All the way back down to 7. That's what you missed. And of course, I kid William. I kid William. No, actually, William somewhat predicted this was going to happen today for XCH. What the wild one that you did miss was the JSIW. Okay, this morning was at 213, and it did get as high as 731, 733. That's almost straight up on a 15-minute chart, though it had, well, I shouldn't say that because these are pretty wide bars for 4 or 5, $6 stock. So there was no way you could just hold on through all this. But that definitely, and this is the one I was kind of hoping. I did trade this a couple of times, but I was really hoping that maybe this area right here would hold around the sixth level, and maybe later on, like now, 1:30, 2 o'clock, get some volume and pop it through the high of the day, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. And the other one you missed was the EWTX, which was really a monster alert from our AI. 2618. I did take this one, but I unfortunately was not able to hold on, but it did get up to 30. Saw this one in the pre-market. We did see this one in the pre-market. So it's on my list. That's some positive data. So when the AI hit it, I thought, okay, well, let's do it. Why, you're welcome. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Captain. Well, they did say something about an expo, and that's Lucy. SBFM now, guys. SBFM starting to move. SBFM is starting to move. And the next high looking left is too close. It's that simple. Too close for me. 342, 343. Now, if it can break through that, I think that's that week right here. Then it's got some room because the next high is 540. So as always, I'm just going to stick a price alert around that area and see if it takes it out. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. And has a chance to get closer to that weekly high. And it's probably a low float. Yeah, look at that float. 1 million in the float. You also missed a little bit of the GLMD. That was another wild one today. The stupidest one of the day, by far. This was the stupidest one of the day by far. This is pre-market action. This RZLV got up to 2780. Why? Well, I think people looked at this headline and thought perhaps that they're getting the $30 billion. That's the only thing I can think of when it's nothing to do with it. All they did was, we're an AI company, and we're really glad that Microsoft and BlackRock really believe in AI. That's basically what this is, and we applaud them. So I just think people looked at that and thought, are they getting a piece of that 30 billion? Or anyway, crazy. I mean, it's still up 36%. Okay. Yeah, I think. Well, you say algos, but you mean an algo reading that headline, thinking it's 30 billion for this company? Is that what you're implying, Amit? On that, it's possible. I don't know how much volume there was on this here. I mean, there were 629,000 shares, so it was a lot of volume. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Might Well, I almost got on my GTES a little earlier when it popped halfway into the 30s, but I'm still in it. It is just no reason for me to get out of it yet. I'm still, a couple of pennies to the good. I might have to. So there's no absolute reason for me to get out of this GTES. We're still blue here on the 15. Of course, the other thing you missed, Todd, of course, is the SPY put in an all-time high. Massive pop pre-market, massive pop. Look at this, it's up 10. SGN, I did see that one. I think in the pre-market for some reason. I didn't talk about it, I know, but SGN, I did see it. Signing day sports, right? Ah, right. I think I saw it when it got over 50 cents. And then, yeah, as you know, Baba, well, okay, a year lunch. Okay, well, obviously it's popped up, um, up 361%, up 47 cents. I mean, it's an amazing move. 485 million shares have traded. Low float. I have no feeling for it now, though. I mean, is it going to continue or? So this is why it went up. Signed a letter of intent to acquire Swifty Global. LBPH. Yeah. Come on, Rich, get those symbols in caps. Don't be lazy. Yeah, I didn't really see this one. Now I could have seen this. Okay, it's not going to show up in my large cap because the float is too low. Possibly that it could have showed up here, shown up here. This might have shown up here because the relative volume is only 1.2. Definitely not going to show up on the momentum scan. Minimum relative volume is 3. No excuse, Rich. No excuse. Okay, now you know. It just makes it easier, obviously, to distinguish the symbol from the rest of the text. Obviously, I mean that's the reason why we try to stress people to do that. That's all. All right, guys, keep an eye on Elan now. Elan is now over 15. It did pop up to 1581. Keep an eye on this one. This where's the VWAP? Well, the VWAP is you know what? It got into the VWAP area actually. and the VWAP area held it. But it's over 15 now, or at $15. If we can get some buying enthusiasm back. So what I'm going to do is I'll just stick an alert around 1516. Okay, I want to see if it maybe gets back up to that area and has a bit of a run. It did have some, obviously, some pretty good news. Very good news. FDA approval of their skin disease treatment for dogs. So very good news, obviously, for the company. Hence, well, it's only up 2%. It's all about the float, I guess. Almost half a billion in the float. All right, I did not see that. Where you posted something else about Penn. This is the news that you're referring to. New York State Gaming Commission is scheduled to consider Penn Sport Interactive's application to purchase Wynn's Bets New York Sports. Blah blah blah. Okay. Williams' favorite stock, XCH, just came out of its halt. Got halted at 1265. Got up to 1338. Yeah, I did see TNON had a little bit of move earlier. I don't know. Obviously, I haven't seen it on my scanners, so it must have fizzled out somewhat. Yeah, this is the move I saw. Yeah, I saw this move up here. But what did it do? It got up to 629, right back down to 5, though. Well, maybe it's trying to curl. Well, Bjorn is certainly a Scandinavian name. That's my name should be Bjorn. Would go better with my last name. Dutch. What? That's not a Dutch name. You can't. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay. And Rich, you must be Latin or something. Not Latin. I mean, a Spanish background, right? Rich? No. Why are you going ha 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 with the J, which is how Spanish people would say ha ha ha. Well, I think you know, Bjorn, that the Dutch and the Canadians have kind of a special affinity. You probably know that. Maybe you don't know that. Okay, well, maybe that's how. Is that how you do it in Italian, though, with the J instead of the H? Probably, right? I guess that makes sense. We're deviating here, guys. Obviously, sorry. I was thinking I was going way back in history in the Second World War, but maybe you don't know all that. Vulcan guys. Okay, Sorry, not Vulcan, but Volcon. Let's see. What is this? What is this one doing? Yeah, there you go. All right, guys. Well, I only have about an hour left. I'm just gonna, keep tabs on the GTES. See, it may have a little bit of a run. Shady on the Disney. Okay, I know you. I think you were short Disney a long time ago. DIS. Yeah. Well, on a daily chart, anyway, it's got room down to 92.59. So what Shady is saying, entering at 94.17 approximately with a stop, and we're shorting with a stop above at 95, 94.45. Well, okay, I will take a look at GLMD. Now, look, this is possible. Okay, I suppose this is a possibility, but we'll have to get into probably the mid 11s. I know you're giving up about a dollar, but you can kind of see that if it can get into the mid 11s, I'm going to put an alert there that maybe that'll get it running. And of course, traders are looking at this. When 2 days ago it did get up to 23 and change, so it's still above yesterday's high. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Okay. Yesterday's high was 11, 12. So if it gets above yesterday's high again, which is where I put my alert, it could get going again. They put out some news release saying, we're planning to expand into cancer and heart disease drug development. You know, okay. I don't know. Will I be around if the spy ever hits 1,000? I will be around in the room, that's for sure. Okay, light, new 1 year high. I haven't seen light at all on any of my scans. So let's take a look at light. No kidding. What a nice what a nice run today. A lot of volume just came in also for light, LITE. There it is. I was wondering, well, why is it in this scan or this race here? And there it is. Hmm. Just a little too late for me to do it, and to me, a little too extended. This would have been wonderful seeing it in this area right here. Really? Okay. Well, let's take a look. Yeah, listen, it may do it. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe we'll get back up to 6 and really pop through at the end of the day. Maybe. As Zavi said, it broke through the V. Well, it's at the VWAP. 539 is the VWAP. It's got to get through that. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, it went from 448 up to 542, so almost a dollar move. See, it's not as bad on the 15-minute chart, but the pullback. Now, there's Steve's famous 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That yellow line, which probably is very much like, no, it's not the VWAP. No. You see what it looks like it is around 547, so a little bit above the VWAP. Okay. That yellow line, if you were in the YouTube room, I am sure he must have been talked about the NSMA on a 15-minute chart. That's his. He's not a big intraday trader, but that is what he'll put on a 15-minute chart. All right. Well, still flirting at the VWAP, 539, 536 right now. That is the JSIW. I actually don't mind. I did a reboot of my system. I'm probably going to do that every day. Okay. The reason I don't mind doing that, well, not a reboot of the system, but rebooting trade ideas, is because it generates a new top 10 list for the afternoon. Some of them are still the same, GSIW, and we have some, but we have new ones introduced, and it's the same thing with the large cap gainers. Well, we even have a little buy flag right there from the Trade Wave TW. Okay, TW buy flag right there. Shady is long 2846 on the EW. Well, there is that 10 SMA. I mean, I guess if it break, I mean, Steve loves that. 2870 would be the big break of the 10 SMA. Okay. Like it's trying to break that 10 SMA, guys. EWTX. $539 again. That's that VWAP. Okay, for GSIW. GSIW. That is the VWAP. So it is trying, and EWTX is trying to really clear that 10 SMA. I think if it does that, it could be a beautiful end of day run. Looks like it's sitting right on it. It looks like it's hard for me to tell, but it looks like it's at 2860 or so. Yeah, there's lunar here, and again, lunar here. Okay. And Rashady's calling these out. And if if you, very simple to find a lot of these. Okay. If you're always wondering, well, where could I have seen that one? How about Snap here? Ooh, look at Snap. Man, oh man, look at the room Snap has got. $14 or so. That's the next high looking left. Let's see if it can hold. There's that 10 SMA that Steve, let's see if it gets over that 10 SMA. I'm going to put an alert around, well, right up here, 1030. Okay. I want to see if it gets up to that area. Because look at all the room Snap has got. What's right here? Snap, Edgard, right here. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. Okay, look left, look at. I mean, the next time. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but not a lot of chart resistance. The next high in the weekly chart is 14. We're sitting at $10 right now. But there's that 10 SMA, that orange, that yellow line on my 15-minute chart. If you can see it, trying to get through it. Then you have to do a refresh, Edgard. Okay, because I'm not. You just do a refresh. Somehow you're not, your screen is not updating. Mine is. I mean, obviously, I just do a refresh. I'll wait till you do that so I can. I'll keep Snap on the screen until you tell me that you've done it. Okay. Okay. Great. It's a big float. I mean, a billion in a float. That's a nice move. 5%. I'm sure it's a market move. It's just moving with the market. I doubt if there's any specific reason for Snap moving other than the market. Like, what isn't moving? Well, I can tell you what isn't moving. LTRX. LTRX is not moving higher. Cheap one. I can tell you that Sun is not moving higher. Not Sun, Run. Sorry, but Sun Run not moving higher. So I don't know if all the solars are kind of. Take a look at Tan. No, Tan is, Tan's. Well, Tan is. I mean, there's the ETF for the solars. I mean, it's moving down, barely positive. But Run. What the heck did I type in there? Run. I mean, that's down 4.5%. So the ETF for the industry is basically flat, but this one is down 4.5%. Let me take a look at First Solar, just out of curiosity. Kind of the one of the leaders in the industry. Yeah. So Run is weak. I mean, there's a classic, guys. It is running counter to the rest of the sector. Ah, and here's the reason. He did have some news, and I had the news right here, right there. No, I'm sorry. Well, it had a bit of a gap down immediately, but the news I do see, but I'm not seeing this until 12:21. It must have happened earlier. Excuse me. Sunrun slips on end of Costco sales partnership. Truist sees no major impact. Okay. Well, tell that to the shareholders right now. They're down 4.5% right now. Well, Rich, you make. I know you're kind of kidding. You say that Snap was the first trade you ever made. Was like finding gold for me. You didn't know any better. That could have been the worst thing that could have ever happened, right? Because then all of a sudden you think, man, trading's simple. I did the same thing many years ago. My first trade, my first internet trade, call it, okay, with an online broker. So you can see that since I rebooted Trade Ideas, 85% of the symbols that are shown here, or 85, yeah, well, it counts, duplicates too, of course, but 85% have been green, only 15% red. So that is kind of the cool thing because if I do see a red, click on it because it is moving counter to the market. Yeah, GTI is popping here, showing up in the momentum scan, not showing up on my chart. Hmm. Oh, I lost my connection. I've lost my connection. Guys, can you hear me? Have I lost my internet? No, I don't think I've lost my internet. Definitely lost the connection with Trade Ideas. Hey guys, can you hear me? I just want to make sure that it's not my internet connection because this is really weird. Yeah. Hmm. You can hear me? Okay. How about in? There we go. Back. Okay. That's weird. Still not getting anything in the charts. Yeah, this is. I'm losing my connection here. Anybody else, guys? I just want to make sure it's just me. I want to talk to our development people just to let them know that something's going on. Are you guys? You guys still have a connection with Trade Ideas? Just look at, make sure you've got a green ball. Hmm. I've lost connection in the trading room for sure. So you guys can hear. It's weird. You guys can hear me in YouTube. I've lost connection in the trading room though. Hmm. Well, they cannot hear me. I've lost everything in the main room. You guys seem to be able to hear me though. Okay, wait a minute. YouTube. Hmm. Okay, so you guys can hear me on YouTube, I think. They cannot hear me. I can't know anything in the main room, which might be my cue to just take off a little bit earlier then. So, Bezavi, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. No, there's something going on in the room. Yeah. And I can't even post it. I can't post that. Yeah, I can't post anything. There's something wrong with the actual room itself. And I've can you see my well, wait, if you're in the room, other room, can you see my screen? It says the screen sharing is working, but I cannot get the audio working. Yeah, no, I know it says nobody's speaking, but can you see my screen? Is that's the first step. I know it says nobody's speaking. I'm trying to do the connection, but it won't let me. Ah, now I'm back. Now I'm back. Yeah, there's weird guys. Sorry, they could hear me and see the screen in YouTube, but you guys got dropped off in the main room. Okay, I think I'm back though. Darn, I was getting set to leave. Okay, might have to check my internet connection because I also lost. It wasn't just the room. I also lost connection to Trade Ideas. So might do a reboot of my modem or something once I get rid of you guys. Yeah, I'm running my speed test. Looks pretty good still. So I don't know. Anyway, I could have phrased that a little more delicately. You're right, Rich. Well, I'm going to be stubborn with this GTES. It's basically right where I went long, and but I'm going to be stubborn with it unless, well, it's now starting to crack just a little bit. Could be one of those that just has another, 10 or 15, 20 cent run at the end of the day. The market is still no pullback other than this right around here. One right around here, I guess. But other than that, this market has just been ridiculously strong. DJT just made a new low. So I guess tomorrow I guess all the insiders can sell if they want tomorrow. I think that's their first day they can sell. So right now, this is well, basically almost a lifetime low now. Yes, EWTX, you're absolutely right. I just when I was trying to get the chart up, and that's when I lost connection to everything. And yeah, 29 now, high today. I mean, it could do it. I mean, $30 is the high. Blue right there means that the trend is changed from strong to strongest. That's what that means. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but that's what it's trying to tell you. And on the 15-minute chart, all it means is that the trend is not as strong right there on the 15. Still strong though. Rich, am I there? Do you know? You good thing you did that. I was just going to give you put you into the timeout corner. William, where is GGR right now? You're such a troll. Where's GGR right now? Oh, okay. Well, it's closer to 35 cents than I thought it would be. Okay, guys, I actually got out of the GTE. It's basically flat. I just don't. I'm going to be taking off in about 20 minutes anyway, so I don't want to hang around with that one. So there was a buy flag here on the 3-minute chart for EW. Let's see what the price would have been. It would have been 28.23. Okay, that would have been the buy signal 28.23 on that buy flag for EWTX. So even though in go no go, it's basically telling you, you know what, this is still a weak trend. I'm not sure what should be ideally. It's great to get a buy flag and a blue. The ideal. But again, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. Let's take a look at a 5-minute, see if there's any major difference. See, on the 5-minute, you didn't even see a buy signal or buy flag. So on the 5-minute, there's a buy flag, and the alert would have been at 28.72. There's a cheapie, guys, for you. NUZE, a bit a little pop here. NUZE, all blue right here. But again, look left, lots and lots of potential stalling areas. So now, as Steve would say, well, this is the 5-minute. Let me go to a 15-minute chart here. Interesting on that 10 SMA. Still kind of it broke above it. It's still kind of hugging it, the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Yeah, no, I know, Peter. I had problems in the other room. The software for the other room disappeared. Well, not disappeared, but it stopped working for a bit. I was just going to click on Elan here, guys. So Elan, keep an eye on Elan now. ELAN through the 200-day moving average, which is at 1506. So it's just a little bit above it. And of course, had news. FDA approves their skin disease treatment for dogs. So I had a little bit of a well, I had my price alert set in this high up here, see if it could clear out all this. So it did pop up, but it's popped moved right back down, not a lot. So I'm going to reset that price alert, which was around 15.15 for ELAN, and see if it goes on a bit of a late day run because it has the room. I mean, look at the high today was 15.80 on that news. Well, this September's been awesome. What do you mean? This, I mean, I know we still have what about maybe 8 trading days left? What do we got? We've got tomorrow, next week, we have 7 trading days left. We have 7 trading days left this month, and we're certainly above above whatever it was September 1 or October 31st or whatever however we're going to measure it. So far, I mean, doesn't mean that in the next 7 trading days. Yeah, okay, okay, Captain, I get you. I'm just saying we got 7 I won't be around next week. I won't be around next week, so taking off for a week, so I'll be blissfully unaware of anything bad that might happen. Nope, not taking it. I don't look at the market. I know it's hard to believe. I don't look at the market at all. Nothing. I do not trade at all. Don't take my. I take a tablet just for entertainment purposes, but nothing to do with the market. Well, I'm like this Alan is really. I mean, setting up interestingly on the 15. Got some blue bars right there. Well, without my having to do it, what did the SPY close at on, I don't know, October 31st, if that wasn't a weekend? October. I'm in August. August 30th was a Monday. No, it wasn't. Give me a moment here. August 30th was a Friday. And then Monday, September 2nd was the Monday. So whatever, I don't know where we measure it from, but all right, guys, it's 2:18. I may even take off right now. I'll hang around if there are questions. If there are no questions, though, I think I'll probably just take off now. William says he'll keep the room open until about 3:55. So it is now 2:18. I'm going to start knocking off a little bit earlier every day now. Skechers, SKX. Yeah, no news. Wow, that's a big drop. Drop. Striking lower. Company currently speaking at the Wells Fargo Consumer Conference. Stop speaking. Is that the news? Stop talking. Wow. Boy, they do a lot of advertising for lazy people. Don't bend down and put on your shoes. Just slip them on. I've never owned a pair, so I don't know how well that actually works. But and how lazy are we that you can't bend down and put on your shoes? Well, it's got about a dollar to the 200-day moving average, $64. Well, a little less. I'm sorry. $64 is the 200-day moving average. And there goes Lunar. Wow, Lunar is on the move again. LUNR on the move again. Look at this beautiful move up here. On the monthly chart, where could this keep going? Yeah, a lot of still has a lot of room. 1331 on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but there is the next high on the monthly chart at any rate. You had to say it, Shady. You had to say it. So yeah, so it tore through that high yesterday. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Not immediately, okay? So there's no downward pressure. Of course, some would say, that's not. I want shorts because if a stock moves like this, then there could be short covering that fuels the buying. So there is that also. I sort of tend to look at it the other way a little bit more, but so B. Riley has raised their price target from 8 to 12. How about Foot Locker? Did it drop too then? Foot Locker? Yeah, so Foot Locker, so all the shoe guys are moving down a bit because of what Skechers is saying. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do for the YouTubers who are still there, I'm going to put the way in which you can get into the room because I'll be heading out very soon. So click on my homepage link and you will see at the very top right here, trading room. Okay, so that's only for people in YouTube. All right, and you can you can click on that, and that'll get you into the main room. Okay, you too, Michael. Every time I see this, I think it's Tesla. And I'm going, what? Anyway, TLSA. Oh, ugly. Okay, very ugly looking. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions, I'm going to head out. I'll give it one more minute in case anybody wants to post a question. Otherwise, I'm going to head out. We'll prematurely then say thanks for all the help all day long, and I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. All right. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to shut myself down now, guys. So thanks again for all the help. I'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing now in the main room. I now put myself on mute in the main room. And then YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down completely, unfortunately.